Fresh mozzarella, hand sliced the veggies every single day. Papa Murphy's in Tomah is located north end of town. Great sponsor. Friday morning Kids Club, along with Ranked Seeds. They'll be here tomorrow morning as we kick things off with the kids at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. And as we get set here, we'd like to welcome another one of these businesses that's been a supporter. I hate using the word sponsor because it's so much deeper, the relationship that we have. And it's Jared from S&S Distributing, the good folks at Budweiser that have been here. And it's so good to see multi-generations of your family being involved here at Tomah. It's outstanding, and I know that you guys are very proud of what you do as a locally owned and operated Budweiser distributor.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Jared Rickert from S&S Distributing, and on behalf of S&S, I want to thank you for attending the 2023 Dairyland Super National Truck and Tractor Pull. S&S Distributing has been family-owned and operated since 1976, started by my late grandfather, Chet Shaneoffer. The values that Chet had in '76 are generational, much like this poll, and those are still the values we hold as a company in 2023. We are rooted here, we are invested in local communities and events like this one, and one Canton will never change that. I raise an ice-cold Budweiser to all of you, fans, polling teams, workers, emergency personnel, and everyone who makes this thing happen. Cheers, this Bud is for all of you.
Thank you so very much, Jared. And again, we appreciate all that your family has done over the years. And I know that when grandfather passed away, Chet, there was quite a bit of outpouring from the community about what he had done and his great support of this event. Again, make sure you get some water, stay hydrated and things, and bucket of fries. Looks pretty good. I'm kind of disappointed because my number one beer seller I do not see. He's not is he retired or what? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Bum knee. That'll take you out.
Yeah.
That's too bad. We can't officially start until he's here.
That's true. It's going to be a long time then.
If you thought it was hot, just wait a little while with nothing to do.
That's right.
We're pretty good at that. No, I guess we'll be able to. But enjoy this weekend. And again, please stay hydrated as much as possible. We suggest, and please take this from a guy that for 30-plus years didn't worry about any of that kind of stuff, sitting out in the sun and getting sunburned or, for every couple of beers. I use the Wisconsin. For most people, it's one beer, one water.
There you go.
That's the good
1
ratio.
to 1. Yep.
But there's a Wisconsin ratio, which is 3 beers to 1 water. So we'll go with that. That'll be the safety thing that we've got to tell you here. So because if you're not from Wisconsin, different rules apply. Seriously. When you drink the Super Bowl out of beer, I'm sorry, not the Super Bowl, but the Rose Bowl on Thursday night before the game on Saturday, you know you're from Wisconsin. So again, ladies and gentlemen, so good to see many of you here. Well, I think we're seeing a little trend, and I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but if this is your first time here in Tomah, raise your hand or make some noise or do something you have to do. Oh, welcome. Welcome to Tomah, Wisconsin. 48 years. Where have you been in the last 48 years? I mean, just get time off from work finally. But no, welcome. If you've never been here, this is part of a big community here. And the fans that come to Tomah are really unlike any other fans in polling. Very knowledgeable, have a good feeling of the history, and really contribute pretty much to the legend that is this poll. You can look back over the years and look at events or sanctioning bodies that have come and gone by the wayside, and I can tell you that NTPA has outlived a number of different events, and well, the interleague pull-off. That's one of the things that gives us great pride to be involved with the manufacturer at that level. So again, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to start here shortly, and again, we kind of just run through Tomah at a leisurely pace. We try to pace ourselves because Friday night sometimes can catch up on you. Oh, a reminder, I'll put another public safety announcement for you. that in between the sessions on Friday and Saturday, since we do have 2 sessions at noon and 7 p.m., that's Central Time, make sure you go by the beer tent, the Budweiser beer tent, and listen to some great bands. They're going to be there both Friday and Saturday. So that can get you out of the sun, into the tent, and we'll keep you hydrated. But again, welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you to the 48th annual Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. Tonight is Fan Appreciation Night, brought to you by the good folks at Quick Trip. Also, our thanks to folks at the Double Barrel Bar. Join us at the Double Barrel Bar and try our new self-pouring tap wall with 24 craft beers. Sounds like an awful lot of fun. Double Barrel Bar, thank you for your support of this year. And Keurig and Dr. Pepper, a leading producer and distributor of hot and cold beverages to satisfy every customer's need. Anytime, anywhere, enjoy a Dr. Pepper while at the polls this weekend. This event is part of the National Tractor Pullers Association National Event Tour and has been for the past 48 years. On behalf of the National Tractor Pullers, we welcome you to this 2023 event. This year, NTPA will partner with our promoters and member states to present more than 120 events comprising over 200 sessions. Truck and tractor pulling competitors come to this prestigious event, and we will see some very tenacious competition here. You need to look no further than the Shield. National event is brought to you in part by NTPA corporate supporters, Case IH, O'Reilly Auto Parts, Enderley Fuel Injection, Hot Shot Secrets, Mac Trailer, Sempico Lubricants, and Ag Protect One. Going to be a good night tonight. Doc Riley and Alan Washburn join you from the Kenny Mac Tower, and Miles will be running around trackside doing what he does, finding that interesting insight into our poll. We're going to have a big one here tonight as we get set. For many competitors, they've already had an event underneath their belt. They've been to either Galat Motorsport Park in Benson, North Carolina, or
Hutchison.
they were out Hutchison or Farley as well. So we've had a
Exactly.
lot of great polls. Tracks have been really good. There's nothing to say that this track will not be outstanding here tonight as well. And I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that this track is going to be good. We will not do driver introductions here this weekend, but again, we invite you to the pits. They're absolutely 100% free to walk around. We just ask that you kind of keep your head on a swivel because there's a lot of moving traffic throughout the pit area on both sides, grandstand and the pit side.
Exactly, because there are people pitted behind the main grandstand beyond the food vendors out there. They're lined up against that fence out in front, which is great. Love to have that many people here. Doc mentioned a while ago that this is a family, and he's very, very correct. So much so that someone actually wrote a poem about tractor pulling. So if you will bear with us, Doc and I will try and stumble our way through this and see if you agree that it pretty well addresses those of us who have fallen in love with this wonderful sport. It goes like this. In the heartland's embrace where strength abounds, where engines roar and the crowd resounds, midst the dust and smell of fuel, the Tomah tractor pull becomes a duel.
Gathered in unity, a vibrant crowd, eager eyes fixed on the battleground, where titans of horsepower take their stance, their metal steeds ready for the dance.
Engines rumble, their power unleashed, machines of might, their limits reached. The earth trembles beneath their mighty tread as they pull forth, leaving no room for dread.
The first tractor roars, gripping on the ground. With determination, its wheels resound. A display of force is just inches ahead, fueling the crowd, filling them with widespread.
The next contender takes its place with focused eyes and a steady pace. Harnessing strength, it pulls with might. The crowd's anticipation reaches new height.
One by one, the tractors take their turn, their engines roaring, their tires burn. Each competitor seeking victory's embrace, their efforts etched on each observer's face.
Amidst the smoke and the thunderous cheer, the Tomah tractor pull becomes clear. It's not just a contest of raw machine, but a celebration of resilience unseen.
For in this gathering, a community forms, a testimony to dedication that transforms the bond between people and their land, the spirit of togetherness hand in hand.
So, let the engines roar and the tractors pull. In this realm of strength and grit they rule, where pride and passion ignite the flame, and the Tomah tractor pull, they etch their name. Written especially for the Tomah tractor pull. Thank you.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we would ask that you please rise. Please remove your hats and remain motionless during our national anthem. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you're a veteran here this weekend, we remind you that not even in uniform, you may, and we encourage you to salute the flag. To honor us tonight with the rendition of the national anthem, Tiffany Bean of Quick Trip.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Tiffany. Well done.
Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful rendition. Representing Quick Trip, as a matter of fact, which is wonderful as well. Thanks, Tiffany. We do appreciate it.
We get things started here. You'll notice both of the Bower-built sleds are here. That just means one thing, a level of expertise that no one else in the business has ever reached and probably will not reach. You look at the manufacturing that they do at Bower-built manufacturing, it's unbelievable. They build sleds that are durable and ready to go. And as I understand from Tech Services, we'll be starting on the Budweiser grandstand track here as we get ready to go. John Deere action for you fans.
Absolutely right. Dean Halicki comes out of Waterville, Minnesota with one called The Killing Time. This is the 4.1 Prostock. 4.1 tells us what size turbocharger. Everything has to enter 4.1 inches on the intake side. We're running at 9,500 pounds, and we have 6 states represented in the 26 contenders here this evening. Looking forward to a great class here of the light Prostock in the 9,500 pound at 4.1.
And of course, the gentleman coming in to start off this class, he comes knowing full well about winning here at Tomah. He formerly the driver of a semi known as the Mother Trucker. He was multiple-time winner here. Mr. Dean Halicki, he starts things off. We'll see exactly where he decides to go, what he wants to do. Obviously, they get the option coming your way here as well, something that they get to ponder. Our drivers have that discretion, only that first hook as to whether or not they want to take that pull. Keep it exactly, and we'll see what both sides coming our way with the John Deere.
Green flag.
There to kick things off.
Yes.
I tell you what, green flag is out here on our Busch Light side. We've had a change here. Jordan Lustig has dropped from last. John Deere 8210. Brett Backhouse coming to play. What a great, great hook. The front tire's up. Out of time, he calls it.
And of course, our officials are a big part of this event here, and we certainly thank Tommy Shevsky and Pete Pomerine. They are flagging on the side. Then we have Cal Parker and Harold Phipps. They are here with us, of course, as well this evening, doing all of our flagging, start line, finish line, under the watchful eye of Mr. Marvin. He is doing everything there at the backside as well. We get ready to bring everything to you tonight here, 2023. And nice run for the John Deere on the infield side distance.
Dean Halicki's distance at 2:92.710. 2:92 and 71 cents to the right for Dean. He's going to drop. He says, I like it, but I'm going to do better. So he's going to drop 6 positions. We'll see him again.
No. .307.350 for Brett as he comes back out. Nice hook there, and we will see what comes up here. We've got a unique mixture here of some veterans that have been around for a long time, and we've got a couple of young guns coming up here to play as well.
Grandstand side brings Adam Stevens out of Shannon, Illinois. As Dean says, I'm going to do better. I'm going to drop 6 and I'll be back. So we will see him again. He has that option, has the test hook. He can drop 6. He can come right back. I've never seen that done repeatedly, but occasionally. He can come back immediately, or he can drop 6, or he can drop to the bottom of the class. Looking at the class that he has, a class of 26, he said 6 will be far enough. I figured out what I need to do. So Adam Stevens will be out there. Shannon, Illinois, the one called Slow Ride.
Our Superstock Open class is an 8,000-pound tractor class. It's limited to 650 cubic inches. Overhead cams and Hemis and V-types are permitted. Chassis got to be original. Max tire size 30.5 by 32, and the drawbar at 20 inches. That on the pit side, the Busch Light side in our Superstock Open class. I guess you have a restart on your class over there, Alan. John Strickland, who's had incredible performances here. He and the Cheezick team have done just so well, and have been able to rack up some things. So John has got the pull here. We'll look down, and his younger son, Holt Strickland, who's a up-and-coming puller. Very young in the other Galat tractor, but these guys almost don't need any introduction here. John Strickland gets set.
Yep, Adam Stevens, the Slow Ride. $328 and 7 cents to the right. 328 with a 070 to the right for Adam Stevens.
That is some incredible wheel speed there on that Galat tractor.
Well, out of North Carolina, obviously they make their way here. The DT 225, that's the ADCO. numerous time NTPA Grand National Points champion in this very division here. And what's been pretty cool for the Strickland family this year, obviously, is the introduction of that next generation of driver here in the Superstock class, as Holt has jumped up after driving in the light pro class for a few years. He has jumped up to do some wheeling of a Galat entry as well here in the Superstock Open division, collecting his first Grand National win at their hometown event in North Carolina just a couple of weeks ago. So certainly we start to watch that points race, and he is right there in the hunt of the points race, arriving here fresh off of a win down there. He and Jeff Hodem collected wins on the Grand National kickoff in Benson. So we start here in the Superstock class. Get ready, of course, to see what that distance was for John.
Miles, that distance 305.425. 305.425. 307.7 leads the class in the out of time out of Waupun, Wisconsin. And that will bring up next another great puller from Waupun, Wisconsin, on the 1968 Minneapolis Moline G1000. Up next, Aaron Hall.
Getting the word from trackside that Adam Stevens says, yes, I will accept a 328.070.
I don't want to spoil anyone's fun, but I see the guys in the yellow Sampico hats walking around with some bags. Usually those are bags of goodies. And the 50-50 continues here.
You go into our class of the limited pro stock. This class debuted in 2018 here at the Budweiser Dairyland Super National event in Tomah. And since that time frame, we have had 5 different winners. We have had one winner who has won twice. That, of course, was Kevin Lindstrom. Kevin is here in competition again this weekend. And Kevin Engelking with a white, he won here. Steer, Casey Lear, Bill Smith, and Joel Van Gelder. Those are the 5 gentlemen who have claimed a win in our 4-1 limited pro stock class. As I said, debuted here in 2018, their very first time to pull here at the Dairyland. And we're glad to have them in competition as we bring over 20 of them here tonight.
Fresh fried chicken, hand-breaded, cooked to perfection, ready to eat. Where does that exist, you ask? Quick Trip. Yep, Quick Trip. If you're heading home, stop by Quick Trip and make dinner easy. Or a late night snack.
Martin behind the controls makes it look easy. Makes it look very easy. Nice deep throated rumble out of that 50-20.
Well, if you have been to Tomah, Wisconsin over the years, you'll notice this Minneapolis Moline piloted by Aaron Hull out of the Hull family. You know, back in the day when just playing around with alcohol at the very beginning and no one said it was work, his dad come in here with that Minneapolis and always trying to get the advantage, always trying to figure out the combination. When he did, it turned into something beautiful. Another second-generation puller here, Aaron Hall, from just on the road in Waupun, Wisconsin. Green flag is out. Bogged down big time, right at 100 feet. Looked pretty good, but the old Mini Mo, they can come through and tweak a couple of things. The Busch Light track, 180.6 for Aaron Hall. Happy birthday, Darren. Sunscreen. Sunscreen. Darren Hartwell joins us here in Tomah. Gifted young announcer. Good to see him here.
Talk to you briefly about these sleds. They're around 30,000 pounds that we're starting with here, with them completely empty. Each of those blocks that we're going to set inside those sleds in the weight box themselves, around 2,000 pounds. So each class obviously will have a little bit of a different weight, but as we start there, 30,000 pounds as the sled would sit empty before we start packing it with our suitcase weights that each weigh about a ton. And we get to the bigger classes, we'll pack that weight box as full as we can get it. About 15,000 pounds for the sled that we'll use empty with that mini rod class that'll be out here just a little bit later on as well. We get ready to go back to the Budweiser track. Our next limited pro coming to the starting line.
Jared Friedrichs comes out of Sterling, Illinois with a wild buck. 3:29.3 leads the class right now. Been primarily green. Be interesting to watch as we make our way down through the class. I know we've got some red ones sitting in the wings back there, and they'll make their way out on the track. 3:29.3 is a nice, comfortable distance. However, with the rest of the class looking at it, it may not hold up. The wild buck. That could be construed a couple of ways. We're short of the 100-foot mark, so obviously we have an option to go back if they so choose to do so. But I'm wondering exactly what happened. He's not indicating he needs a hook yet, but we'll find out. They're going to roll him right back. We're getting that from technical services, which he has that opportunity. It may not have been completely and fully in gear. How many times have you driven that old stick shift car and you thought it was in second gear and it wasn't, and you had an engine rev and you weren't moving? Very similar situation can happen here. So we'll see what Jared can do when he backs up with the wild buck. He'll have one more opportunity, just one. He's got to do it right this time.
Robert Gansimer out of Platteville, Wisconsin. The Rutten Deer will back to the sled here on the Busch Light track. Take advantage of some great deals from the good folks at Case IH. Hay tools, special utility and all-purpose tractor inventory. 0 down for 60 months. Get information at your local IH dealer. Tillage inventory push, an incredible savings there in compact tractor inventory. Again, no money down, no interest for 60 months. A pair of deers here at Tomah.
Yes, I noticed that.
We got a John Deere leading here on the super stock side, and of course a former NTPA champion back into the line now with Bob Gansimer. This is the first of 2 tractors that will come out of that stable, of course, out of Platteville. And Bob doing the driving here again. Of course, that's the first tractor. Now we've got the Rutten Deer 2 that'll be out the bottom of this class. John Deere in the super stock open division. Your leader out here just past 307 feet. We'll see just what Bob has up his sleeve here this evening in Tomah.
Wait for a trackside determination. It looks like a little white shock on the tires. You got to keep that tractor in bounds. Sled can go out of bounds, but perfectly
beautiful balance.
Perfectly at 150. The balance was so good. You can just see from time to time that'll happen. It'll pull you to the one side, pull you to driver's right.
that's where you have that sort of difficult decision, Doc and Alan, is do you continue to let it drift, or do you work that brake a little bit harder and a little bit harder, taking away some footage? That distance goes to the lead. There's no question. He goes to number 1, but unfortunately, he is on the wrong side of that white line as he gets down here on the big end of the track, and I'm guessing 315 or 20 feet.
Well, you're magical. Answer goes 3:15 and 2.
Copy that. Hearing from Trackside Technical that Jared, the Wild Buck comes up with a little problem, and it's a transmission issue. He thought maybe it was simply a slip out of gear, as we had made the presuming from up here. It is more serious than that. We do need a tow tractor, and his transmission is damaged. So he'll be making his way off the track. He will be marked as hooked and broke for the evening.
And Alan and Doc, we talked a little bit about the next generation. I talked to you a little bit about that with Holt Strickland, and certainly that young man has done a great job already this season in this Super Stock Open division. But I don't want to take anything away from this next young man coming to the starting line. Now, I've been announcing pulls for about 20 years. And over the last 15 or so, it seems like every time I've done a winner's circle interview in a super stock division, this young man has been in that winner's circle next to me. And now I get a chance to watch him this will be my first time to get to watch him do some wheeling. Watching the live stream already from earlier this season, I know he's done a fantastic job driving. And I also know that this kid has been for years waiting for this very moment, and several of these moments to come for him in the summer of 2023 as he gets ready to not just fire up any tractor, but one of the toughest tractors in the country. There's no question about it. Over the last couple of years, this one has been carrying the banner on the alcohol side and the Super Stock Open division. So just a few tractors have been really able to challenge Cody as he comes to the line now. Formerly driven, of course, by Josh Blackburn over the last few summers, and a couple-time, multiple-time points champion over different organizations as well, as we bring Cody to the starting line.
We had an opportunity to talk with Cody earlier for our RFD TV series, NTPA Championship Pulling, presented by Case IH. And I mentioned it during that interview, exactly what Miles had said. He had so many trips up here with the Blackburns, the Cheesick Motorsport team. They used to wear a path out here at Victory Lane. But one thing about this young man, he always was kind of looking, trying to kind of figure everything out, kind of taking it all in. And I tell you, before the interview, I thought, 17-year-old kid, nailed it. It'll be something to see once we get it edited, and it'll be on RFD TV. But a good young man is picked up here, and he said, just kind of gone on. It's a little bit different, the starting line, than it is going down the track. He said this thing's got a lot of grab to it. But he feels very confident.
You may remember from last year, the Cheezicks weren't here with us over the course of that weekend for the driving, nor were the Blackburns. Brian Korth was here as the driver here of this tractor, and he had a very nice weekend here with us in 2022. So this is your defending champion here of this event, and defending points champion coming to the starting line.
Incredible pass, front end up, straight as an arrow. I tell you, Josh Blasberger said earlier today, the former driver, that this kid's got something. He knows what to do. And again, he was on it big time. Not going to lift, not going to do anything else. He'll go 3:15 and 7. 3:15 and 7 for Cody. That's going to put him up top 3 in the leaderboard.
He wasn't done quite yet. He was still going. Unfortunately,
yes,
we've wounded it just a little bit here. The Considered Armed and Dangerous HD folks. But let's give him a nice round of applause. He makes his Tomah debut. Nice job.
Yes,
wheeling the family tractor here, the MX210, and Cody Cheezicks.
Yeah, and it's too bad it wouldn't all.
That's
one thing about the Cheezicks tractors. They always put them in it. They're always testing that limit. And it looks like it didn't meet the test there. I think I hate to guess, but what do you think, another 30, 40 feet easy, maybe?
Probably 30 anyway. Story about our man back again on the grandstand side. I talked to Chris this morning. He said he was in trouble. I said, Chris, what's the problem? He said, I came to Tomah. And I said, that's a problem? He said, well, it can be. This is the one called Digging for a Living. We're talking about Chris Eichelman driving this one, and he was in the doghouse because today is his wife's birthday.
That's right.
And she's here tonight, or supposed to be.
Yep.
She was going to come, so it's going to be happy birthday, his wife. And I asked him, I said, you should know this, but I can't ask. And he said, you're going to ask how old she is. And I said, I don't do that. He said, well, I'll tell you, this is her first anniversary of her 39th birthday. And I said, all right, I can do that. We'll do that. So, Chris, yeah, I've done all I can do to try and get you out of the doghouse, my friend. So happy birthday to your wife tonight. Job well done making it work. Let's see how you get along on the track.
He's a tough one coming our way. National Farm Machinery Show champion right here in the limited pro category.
Doing it, but you knew that the tractor never wavered. Continues straight down the boulevard there. Nice hook. Scott Whitworth out of Worthington, Missouri, the Field Forge coming up next on our Superstock Open side.
344.005 for Chris. Takes the lead, 344.005. John Coots up next.
Well, Scott comes in number 3 in the points. You're going to know the Whitworth family, but primarily from the light Superstock side of the game. They have been very tough runners over the last several years in the light Superstock category, and now they've added this sort of third tractor. They did have a third tractor. They were running more on the state level, but have been really aggressive now in the Superstock Open division. Number 3 in our Grand National points after Benson, and certainly looking to try to add to that tally. Collect that first win here in the Superstock Open in 2023. And we'll see just what they have up their sleeve, the father-son duo coming our way. Superstock Open started here at Tomah in 1996, the first time we measured it as the Superstock Open class. 15 different winners over the course of 41 sessions. Jordan Lustig with 10 to his credit, your leader in this division. Terry Blackburn with 8, Larry Roberts with 7, Josh Blackburn with 4, John Strickland with 3.
40 and at 180 it sounded even worse.
Yeah,
and then right there at the end, yes, it's still running. This is a good thing, but there are issues.
And Doc and Alan, that pretty red sled we've got sitting right there. That's a new to us in 2023 for the summer as well. This gorgeous red Ironman sled we have.
And Case IH is celebrating the 100th anniversary of the Farmall tractor.
Right.
Durable, useful all the way around. And to celebrate, Case is giving away a special edition Farmall tractor. It's absolutely free to register. Go to farmall100.com for more information there. But oh, and there's 15 grand cash with the Farmall.
Just incidentally.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know.
Tough running John Deere coming your way on the Budweiser side. Not too far from home for this guy. Comes to us from Fort Atkinson, Wisconsin with his Diggin' Deere. Former points champion in the Super Farm category, as he has been running the 4-1 for many years now. State champion here in the state of Wisconsin. Get ready to bring John Coots to the starting line.
It looks like, from my vantage point, Miles, that he has moved left of center, significantly left of center as far as the starting position is concerned. Is there something out there that some of these drivers are not seeing?
Yeah, sure. I mean, but you just watched a guy go 344 feet, so you're going to have to change.
Good attempt. We'll find out.
Well, he can't put any more weight on the front of that tractor, and he was standing up pretty high. He even got to where he almost one-wheeled just a little bit with that tractor, folks. A good running John Deere, though. Let's give him a nice round of applause. He's going to shake our order up. I don't think we got our leader, though.
Nope, he came up a little short. 334 and 5. 334 and 50 cents to the right for John Coates with the Diggin' Deer.
Many of you may remember the pole souvenir yearbook. Well, that is returned here. It's the Championship Puller 2023 edition, available right now. 48 reigning national champions are recognized, 200 action photos. You can pick up your copy of the souvenir yearbook, the Championship Puller 2023, available at the NTPA merchandise stand, or you can pick up your copy at shopntpa.com. Taking care of business ride coming up from Waupun, Wisconsin. Aaron Hall once again. Aaron's involved in ag sales and, of course, the whole machinery racing parts. And he grew up in the sport and continues to do such a great task of getting it all taken care of. Again, Aaron Hall, taking care of business, John Deere 9200. Behind the Ironman sled or Case IH sled and see the actual tracks that are going through there. We had those Browser bars down, and he was still a great haul. But again, that old white line will come up quick.
Exactly right. Where was it that you saw he start to stab the brake? At about 175, 180 feet, and he was on it awfully hard to see if he can bring it back.
Alan, I'll direct you above the Enderley Fuel Injection VIP tower. And above, you'll see now, that was our flyover.
That was it?
Yeah, that guy was at the double barrel doing the beer tasting, so he's just a little bit late. We'll get that fixed by tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope so, yes.
Very similar to Bob in terms of that pass, and he worked the brake a couple times and even stabbed it pretty hard about 250 feet, and it still did not correct for him as that momentum was coming over this side. And again, unfortunate there that he's on the wrong side of the chalk line with the tough running, taking care of business John Deere.
If my information is correct, this was our original test puller in the class. Dean Hulicki making his way back out on the track right now.
I agree with you. I believe that is a true statement, as we can still see Daly's tractor sitting there in the wing. She has not made her way out trackside yet. So
he'll try and figure out what he needs to do differently. We made the sled change also after he elected to drop. Well, then we changed the sled, and we saw Adam Stevens take it down to a 328, which has since then fallen by the wayside. But that was the distances we were working with right then. We'll see how Dean gets along doing what he has to do, and it's going to have to be 344 and better.
Let's just bring up today here. Cody Cheesing, 315 and 7. And the Rutten Deer right behind him at 315 and 2. And another young gun coming up next.
He turned that pull down and he came back. Folks, give him a nice round of applause. Out of Waterville, Minnesota, John Deere 8320R, and he has been a winner here, as I said, many times before, but that in the semi division.
Well, I tell you, that pole took a long time to develop. You watch the replay there, and it's going, and everything's balanced well. But it didn't sound like it had a big rumble. But you know what? 354, 135. You put that one in the books. Old Dean's was tough to beat as a semi-competitor, and maybe even tougher here in that Prostock class. Well, if you look really, really closely, pulling fans, you'll notice that the man out on the track right now in the fire suit, that's John Strickland. We saw John go earlier at 5:04 and or 3:05 and 4, and now Holt Strickland, the young son of John and Dana Strickland, comes out here, and he kind of kicked things off at their home track. Grand National Hook ends up taking a win at Benson, North Carolina.
Well, if you're going to do it right.
Absolutely. John, backing him in right there, is one of those rare, unique competitors. Very good at tractor pulling.
Yes.
Equally as good in drag racing as well. So he is one of those guys that for years had seen kind of double duty between the two. Now you pass things down to his young son Holt out of Clinton, North Carolina, who gets, again, just like Cody Cheezick, who, by the way, leads the class.
Okay.
The youngest guy in leads the class.
Okay.
Not like he's got 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 hooks, you know. Not like Jordan Listic that has like 200 plus.
Yeah, right.
Now this guy did what was often the hardest thing to do in pulling, and that's win your hometown hook.
Yep.
And he did so in Benson just about 3 weeks ago. We kicked off the NTPA Grand National Summer, and we'll run all season from the 1st of June until the middle of September pretty well. Every weekend heading somewhere. We get this gentleman now. He's got some adrenaline. He is a good telephone.
And that is one of the toughest things,
Right.
is patience. Cody Cheezick said that you just had to learn, you know, kind of feel it, let it go when it's ready to go.
Right.
Take your time to get it done, and I think Holt does that too. You save an engine, you're not wasting a pass.
Right.
Come right back and go at it, or drop in this class.
But realizing that you're not where you should be,
Yeah.
engine RPMs, and getting out of the throttle and stopping.
Getting out of the throttle is big.
Yes, it is.
Really big.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You mentioned the adrenaline. The adrenaline rush was there, but the throttle wasn't. You know, get out and do it over again. He has one opportunity.
And Miles, I'm not sure, but he's 16, 17 years of age.
He just graduated from high school, so
Okay.
he's officially out of high school here, and
Okay.
coming now to do the wheeling of this tractor. A good, tough running machine. Very similar in terms of age to the young lady back at the starting line now
On the other
our
side.
limited pro stock side.
Happen, and my guess is, I don't even hazard a guess. I mean,
No.
but again, smart, not messing things
Right.
around.
Don't tear anything up. Don't burn things up.
215 feet and some change for young Holt Strickland.
But that's another set of seat time.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's seat time. That's what it is.
And one of the biggest events in the world of
Yeah.
pulling. 48 years who had NTPA sanction for this event, and you know, a lot of people get in a hurry, and
Right.
when your check engine light comes on, don't take a chance on your repairs. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts to have your check engine codes read, and also a list of possible fixes. O'Reilly Auto Parts, better prices every day.
Well, the Paulson family come our way out of the state of Nebraska, and this, of course, one of two tractors that they have campaigned in the summer. This one, of course, is the limited pro stock, and then have a light super as well that they have run in the past, and certainly they have really done a great job running their level out near their home in Nebraska, and of course have run with another organization and been
Time, says I know what I need to do. I need to go to the other end of the track, and I need to do it quickly. She did.
Well, that's a top 4 or 5, I'm going to say right now.
I think
you know,
you're right.
Obviously, Mr. Halicki, he's kind of pulled right on past our full pull mark. But you start thinking about Chris Ashelman, and you think about John Coots and where we're at there at 344 and 334. We're right there somewhere, not too far from that.
328 and 48, 328, 48 for Daly. Anybody beyond 350 feet, we bring back for a pull-off. So we've got one, and that's Dean Halicki right now. But we have a lot left to run in the class. Possible? You bet. Knowing who we have left out there, I don't think we've seen the winner yet. I don't really think.
Hey, while you got a chance this weekend, make sure you stop by Hot Shot Secrets. They're giving away free samples of their fuel additive, everyday diesel treatment while supplies last. Stop by the Hot Shot Secrets booth and make sure you get yours today. Each sample treats 100 gallons of diesel fuel and is guaranteed to increase horsepower, improve fuel economy, and increase your fuel's lubricity for extra protection. Again, good folks at Hot Shot Secrets, available at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Tractor Supply, Amazon, and of course, HotShotSecret.com. Oh, the fully loaded ride is coming up next. Oh, take that. Aaron Hull comes back in the Minneapolis Moline G1000.
Grandstand side, we're looking at Bill Smith with a high maintenance machine out of Darlington, Wisconsin. 354. Then we dropped to 344. That's Chris's distance. 340, 334.
And Bill's one of our former winners here.
Right.
He's one of the 5 that can stake a claim to having hit the winner's circle here in Tomah, Wisconsin in a 4-1 limited pro stock class. So already this season, a winner coming our way in the super stock division. That, of course, the wild man coming our way out of the state of Ohio, Delroy, Ohio, Mr. Jeff Hodem. And I just asked his mom. He used to do some police work, obviously, in his home area. And I asked, is he still working as a police officer? Or is he running from him now? And she just smiled at me. So this guy is a perfect ambassador for us in terms of this sport. Brings a lot of great brand recognition, of course, with all the sponsors that he represents. Stop by the pit area, talk to him as he comes back to the line now on our Busch Light track.
You mentioned stopping and visiting with people around the pit area. That's another thing that you can put on your list of things to do tomorrow as you make your way onto the grounds. We have a lot of the manufacturers that are set up representing all types of products. They would love to talk to you. I know Hot Shot Secrets is out there. We have many, many more behind the announcer stand all the way down this lineup. So stop and visit with them. Case IH is on the other side of the track, behind the main grandstand. So either side, you'll have something that you can visit with.
Alan, I love our sport for so many reasons, but the accessibility to the stars of our sport is one that puts it at the pinnacle for me. There aren't these roped off, taped off areas. You can walk right up to the back of their trailer and start asking questions, and all our all-stars will oftentimes spend a good bit, like one of the things I love to see.
Drift off to driver's right there a little bit in the Blaster Products ride. Fully Loaded Motorsports, a OSTPA Puller of the Year, and having a pretty good season today.
Smith had a pretty nicely balanced run. He was on the brake a little bit, but did not get out of hand and wild and crazy on him. 329 and 14 cents to the right. 329 and a 1-4.
How about it, folks? Let him hear you here on the Busch Light side. Pretty awesome pass there for the Blaster entry out of the state of Ohio. And after about 2 or 3 summers of just what you would call fighting gremlins and struggling, he has this thing dialed in and is off to a great start in the summer of 2023.
And Miles, right now, he leads the class at 322.08. That'll knock young Cody Chesick down to second place.
Yeah, so 322.080. He goes to the number 1 spot, Cody Chesick. Number 2 at 315.745, and then Brett Backhouse at 307.350. And, you know, certainly we got to give him a little bit of a shout out as well, as his second time wheeling that tractor. Last weekend made his debut. Again tonight he makes his second pass and takes the lead, obviously, and holds it for a little while with the John Deere known as Out of Time. We're winding things up here in the super stock class. Remind everybody, if you do not have earplugs, certainly a good chance or opportunity for you to stop by our souvenir trailer. Grab yourself some earplugs, as we will get louder as this evening progresses. No question, 4-wheel drive trucks, modified and mini, all set on the schedule for us here to come our way.
We have just a handful. Josh Blackburn, St. Delhi, and Jordan Lustig, I do believe, the last in our Superstock Open to compete. Then we'll move right into the minis tonight. We've got a good class of that. We look at 23 on the list coming up. And then the mods. That'll be an action. Wow. That's an incredible lineup of mods that we have. And we've still got some incredible Superstock Open tractors left. The extremely armed and dangerous Josh Blackburn, no stranger to good things happening here in Tomah. Another good second generation puller, and he's kind of mentoring Cody Chesick a little bit as well. So this tractor, no stranger to victory lane. And guaranteed you better keep your eyes on this one right here, because he could upset the apple cart. 322.08. The fully loaded Blaster tractor leads the class right now.
You talk about mentoring different individuals and making sure that they understand what's going on, but one of the things that's interesting is it may not be their son or their daughter, but it may be somebody else. It's a friend. Here's something I'm seeing you're doing. Have you thought about making that a change? The mentoring is widespread across the entire family.
As I mentioned, Josh Blackburn kind of mentoring a little bit to Cody. Cody's down at the 100-foot line of the pit side, along with the man that kind of created the whole Chesick organization. They're both going to take a look at this tractor, and it's a good one to look and to study, because Josh has been helping Cody with his rise in the world of pulling. Cuba City, Wisconsin, the extremely armed and dangerous. Took a little breath. You know what?
Vibration.
Look where he is. Josh Blackburn, no stranger to this track.
Nope, understands it.
The old V8, of course. Well, you know, a few summers ago we had quite a few of them, but now we've sort of whittled that down. We don't have as many with us in this class, obviously. But the old 335 case, extremely armed and dangerous. And Josh Blackburn, folks, are we going to move that leader cone?
Yes, we are. 328.235. That's your new number 1. The fully loaded ride will be number 2 as we sit right now. Trickling it a little bit, just under 6 foot. So Cody Chesick, who looked like he had this thing all wrapped up, moves down to 3. And the Rutten Deer is 4th right now. Rutton Deer 2 coming up next.
Grandstand side, we see the Hicktown Hurricane coming out of the center, Wisconsin backing in right now. James Geezy in the driver's seat of this one. Jason, 354. You're going to have to play with the big boys. You're going to have a 350 plus run to get back on the track and prove that you have what it takes. Right now, Dean Halicki is the only one out there at 354 and change. And the next closest one is Chris Ashelman with a 344. You can hear it, a little different sound on board the International there as he came off the line. The Hicktown Hurricane, nicely done. Not going to put him in contention. 302, 6 1/4. 302, 6:25.
One thing that has occurred here in the last 48 years is that many people involved in pulling have also ended up manufacturing some incredible parts and items for the world of pulling. Mack Trailer serves the industry with trailers, tank trailers, certified service locations, a vast dealer network, and fully stocked aftermarket parts department. Mack Trailer, experience excellence, MackTrailer.com. We'll see the Connie family a little bit later on this weekend when we bring some more Prostocks out. Rutton Deer right now, St. Delhay coming out of Con, Iowa. Then we go to the top of the order and the Silver Bullet. 328 and some change. That's your leading distance. So we've got two that can get past that. Superstock open class. Green flag is out for this Rutton Deer.
Tell us here exactly how far he went, folks, but he is right down here in the thick of things. It's just gotten a little bit deeper with each progressive pass these last three tractors.
Miles, 334.070. Again, the last three pullers have taken over that #1 spot, kicking everybody back down. And you see how quick things can change. So, if you're one of those people who likes to prognosticate a little bit, you got Jordan Lustig, 84 Pennsylvania, the Silver Bullet, to put the wraps on her class. That's up next. Then our mini modifieds coming your way after that. Our thanks to the good people at Sempico for their support and their continued support of NTPA pulling. 28 years involved, and the company itself 112 years old. Whether it's high-powered pulling vehicles, heavy-duty pickup trucks, over-the-road trucks, or farm equipment, Sempico Lubricants provide you with the highest level of protection. Sempico Lubricants, specially made, 100% American-made, not available in stores. Go to Sempico.com to find the distributor nearest you, or stop by the 84 Pennsylvania-based team of the Lustig family.
Grandstand side, the intense headache out of Claxton, Wisconsin. Mike Olson, the driver's seat of this one, knows what he's got to do, and we're not seeing a rapid improvement as far as distances are concerned.
sometimes you'll just have a run like that.
Yeah, and it started to bounce, and I can't tell you exactly what happened or where, but we had a bounce develop, and they're looking at parts and pieces on the track. Not sure. Very disappointing run for him. He had it pretty well figured out. He thought 263, 695.
Second generation of our pulling family comes out here, and the silver bullet coming to play. Jordan Lustig out of 84 Pennsylvania, the silver bullet. Got about 26 years involved in this. 10-time NTPA national champion in Superstock divisions, 5-time national farm machinery champion, and the Grand National Rookie of the Year way back when. Jordan Lustig, of course, his father, Richard Lustig, for many years came out there, and it's good to see a second generation. Also good to see the Lustig kids that are here. As I know they're involved with a lot of different stuff. A lot of ball being played there in 84. But also I think there won't be too many more years, and we could see a couple of good competitors from the family Lustig. And how cool is that?
10 sessions wins here since we started with Superstock Open in 1990.
Starts to the right. He had enough brake to pull it back, but he also lost a lot of forward momentum.
Didn't quite have that pure sound we're so used to hearing him with that machine as well. The old cat horsepower under the hood. The ADCO out of the state of Pennsylvania. He did keep it in bounds. He is around that 300-foot mark, so positives in that regard for sure, but certainly a baseline. He'll go back and draw a little bit more and hopefully bring that thing back out here Saturday afternoon with that wick turned up just a little bit more.
Here's how they finished in the class. In fifth, unofficially, the fifth place to the Rutten Deer. Bob Gansmer in 3:15 and some change. In fourth, Cody Cheezick, who's improved. He's been in the top 5 almost every single week this year. 3:15 and 7. Then Jeff Hodeman, the fully loaded blaster, at 3:22. Josh Blackburn at 3:28. Ladies and gentlemen, out of the great state of Iowa, the Rutten Deer Tunes, Zane Deli, a 3:34.070 to take session number 1's victory here at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals.
I will need our top 3 if we can have you make your way to the winner's circle here in front of the Kenny Mack Announcers Tower. We'll make those presentations here very shortly for our top 3. One more final reminder, minis coming our way here to the infield side on the Busch Light track. It is going to get loud. 2,050 pounds, about 3,000 coming your way.
Next up, grandstand side out of the Lindstrom stable, the first of 2 entries on the track. Matt Lindstrom with the Adrenaline Rush out of Hager City, Wisconsin, is back again and hooked up, set and ready to go. We're still looking at that 3:54 leading that class, and we are we're not quite to the halfway point through this Prostock 4-1 class right now. It sounds different, you're right, it does, because we're dealing with a different size turbocharger than you may be used to hearing. Normally we run whatever charger we can spin underneath the hood. What is a turbocharger? Nothing more than an exhaust-driven air compressor. So we'll find out. Had it pretty well balanced, bounced the front end a little bit, not hard enough to unload the rear tires, but it started to take that momentum, that forward momentum away. 3:16 and change. 3:16 and change for Matt Lindstrom. entry 16,645 to be specific for Matt Lindstrom. Brian Deck will be up next to the Dream On out of Winside, Nebraska. You see him sitting over there on the sidelines, and he'll be right at the halfway point in the class.
So yeah, Brian Deck, the next generation driver, obviously lost his dad just a few years ago. He was the pilot of this Dream On entry for many years. Brian, of course, had the one Apple entry, and they were tough runners out here with the NTPA. Still, this gentleman doing a fantastic job coming from the state of Nebraska to run here with us tonight. And let's do that halfway point, as you said, of the class. And our sun's starting to set. We'll see just how our track might change. But what we do know is you got to go out the gate. Big end of the track. We got to go past that full pull mark, 354 feet. And Dean Halicki, he knew exactly what he was doing when he turned that pull down, came back just 6 tractors later, made a change, and down on the big end, he went sailing out. Now, beautiful aspect of this sport is there's multiple teams, of course, that have multiple tractors, and the Lindstroms just ran that first one with Matt doing the driving. Kevin has been very tough out here as well with 2 wins to his credit, the only person to win twice in this division in the 4-1 limited Prostock since we started in 2018. So he comes back out in just about 4 or 5 tractors, and we'll see if they make any changes, obviously, to what they want to do on the big end of the track with their hyper harvester as it comes out.
Our mini rod competitors are patiently waiting over there. What a great class. We've got 23 of them, and that class is peppered with former champions, multi-time session winners, and a couple of new folks that are coming into play.
And add up the amount of experience in there, and it would stagger the imagination.
Yep. We'll be in for a treat and a couple new rides coming up as well in our mini rod class.
Chain tightened with a little bit of a pump right there as he pulled up and out about 230 feet. You saw it hit the top end, and it just kept right on going. Didn't even slow him down.
Well, for those of you that have been here for the very first time and you did not follow the advice, the sage advice of Miles Krieger, will tell you it's going to get loud here as we bring out our mini rod class. This is going to be a fun one. Christopher Burnett of Taylor, Wisconsin, the Little Disaster. About 6 years of pulling, plant manager at Taylor Frac. So let's see what Christopher can do here and the Little Disaster. Our mini rod class weighs 2,050 pounds, including the driver, 575 cubic inches of supercharged, 650 naturally aspirated. Back out right quick enough. Give all those chances to get by 100 foot. Again, as the test puller, he's got that option of taking his marker, moving it back into the class. Never a dull moment with this class. Never a dull moment.
Well, you always got to try to stay ahead of it if that's possible, and I don't think that's possible. So,
No.
Unfortunately, these little guys, 2,050 pounds and screaming horsepower, and years, they were, one of the most powerful for the wheelbase versus horsepower rating and everything.
Horsepower, yeah.
Ground pound for pound, they've got
It's
a
scary.
lot. And certainly we've had some wild rides This gentleman right here did a fantastic job of preventing something from being even worse as he started to sense that. Got a little bit crooked, one-wheeled, and certainly, hopefully everything checks out with the tractor, and we'll bring him back just a little bit later in the class.
He's elected to exercise his option as test hook. He's going to the bottom of the class. So you will see him back here again, and he will have the opportunity, Miles. And this is a wonderful thing about this whole class. They'll take the opportunity and watch every competitor. What are they doing differently? What do I need to do to make my event better than theirs? So they all go to school, and he will have the opportunity to watch, and we'll see if he learns anything.
So mini rod pulling in Tomah, Wisconsin started in 1977 here at this event. 1977, this competition has continued through. That first weekend, Dwayne Hoffman, he swept the weekend in the 1,500 and the 1,700-pound mini division. And in 79, we moved to 1,550 and 1,750. 1988, we moved to the 1,600 and the 1,800. In 95, we went to one division, and that was 1,850. And then in 2006, we went to the 2,050 pound. Your all-time leader in wins here in the mini division with 10 to his credit, and you guessed this properly, Doc, right off the top of your head, is Rick Peters. He has 10 mini rod wins to his credit here. The horse family, of course, Dennis Horse number 2 with 7, Phil Fairbanks with 6, Robert Lenzini with 3. There's a whole stack of...
50 feet, but he was committed to the fact that he was going to have to take it wherever it was going to go. He started left. He started left big time. 221, 185, 221, 185. Not good for Scott Olson.
Our mini rod class this year has a brand new supporter. It's Ken Perry's Extreme Arius engines. When you're looking for the complete engine, manifold to pan, and need of parts or complete overhauls, KPXA is your one-stop shop. Proud sponsors of this, the mini rod class. Again, they do have a display here on grounds. You'll see a number of our competitors using this, of course, for a number of years. The Arius engine really kind of dominated, but KPXA has taken that original 8.3 liter Arius engine and they've taken it up another notch. So welcome to those folks on board here. Welcome to Tomah for the very first time. CJ Granzik coming out of Kentucky, the pile driver. Part of the old Richardson team here. He will come out and be the first to hopefully put a recorded distance in our class. Number of folks, great pulling team that's here. They have done quite a bit in their limited time here running Grand Nationals in this mini modified class. Straight as an arrow. We'll see if that track continues to suck him towards driver's right, that pesky white chalk line over there.
All right, if you will take your attention with here to our winner's circle, and you get to be the very first interview of the 2023 weekend here with us, Mr. Hodem. But I know that over the course of the last few summers, things have really made you question a lot. And tonight and this season have to keep you pretty happy thus far.
So far, that's right, Miles. It's an honor to be here back in Tomah. It's the second time here.
When he left the line, but he stayed in the throttle thinking it has to get better, and it did. It straightened up. It sounded a lot better. Isaac Conway, the operating detonation. 298. Oh, no. He's going to say he got a lot to be further than that. 300 plus.
Well, CJ is going to drop in that class and waive that 298 setting. With 23 here, we may see that sun go behind the pit walls over here, and that may bring a little bit of change to our track. Nathan Hoffman up next, the Shaken Shamrock, Adam Kester.
And if you'll come back down here with me, we're going to continue to talk to Jeff Hodem. Our friends at Culver's right here in town are the sponsor of your Superstock Open class tonight. I also have a $50 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. And certainly a lot of people you want to thank.
Absolutely. Thanks, Culver's and Quick Trip, for the donation and the trophy and the gift card. Absolutely. Very much appreciate that. Got to thank the sponsors, Blaster Products out of Ohio, and Breck Bueller Scales out of Ohio, and Napa Auto Parts. And it all couldn't be possible without Terry, Josh, and Colleen, and the whole Blackburn crew, and Brandon for making us one hell of a turbo and motor setup. I'm telling you what, we're doing some things that we haven't done before, and I tell you what, it feels really, 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 really good.
Well, a pretty good night for the Blackburn side of things with the top three here, obviously, and you're just part of it now. You're just going to continue to stay in that front, I'm guessing.
Listen, we're going to do our best anyway.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause out of Delroy, Ohio. Jeff Hodem and the Hodem family, they go in the number 3 position tonight with the Blaster-sponsored Loaded entry.
Wisconsin, Nathan Hoffman.
2 years ago, that guy did a nice little cross track from one side to the other, and it held up with the old Shaken Shamrock. Now, he came back last year wanting to do that same thing, and unfortunately, he wounded a Hemi.
Yes,
but
that's
that
right.
was a nice pass. How about it, mini fans? Let me hear you.
339.280 for the Shaken Shamrock. And our thanks to Culver's, Wisconsin's very first Culver's at Sauk City, Wisconsin. You know, Butterburgers and frozen custard. Make sure you stop by and see Culver's this weekend while you're here in Monroe County.
Our second entry out of the Lindstrom stable. This is Kevin with a Hyper Harvester backing his way in. If you remember, Matt, a minute ago, with a 316.645. Nobody is even close to the number 1 at 354 of Dean Halicki. Dean saw something, figured it out, made it work, and hasn't looked back. Everybody else is trying to figure out just exactly what it was. So we'll see what Kevin gets done on the Budweiser track.
We've already completed the one class and in the midst of our winner's circle. A lot of happy people up here around the Kenny Mac Tower. Doc Riley, Alan Washburn, Miles Krieger, your announcing crew here. Green flag.
Front end up, carried it nicely. Not going to be first place, but a nice, solid money run.
Good solid pass. in another session. They'll be playing out a little bit later on this weekend as well. Bringing out the Footloose right now out of Wadesville, Indiana. Adam Kester coming up. And what I think is really cool is the Kester. It looks like a display, but it's their working pit area. That's the first thing. I mean, it looks like
it does.
That's
You're
really
right.
nice, but it's a working pit area.
He was a winner here last year in Dad's tractor. So we'll get ready to bring the Footloose entry to the starting line now. And certainly you start to dig a little bit deeper. His first win here, 2008. He debated with me last year, said that was not a true statement. It was a true statement. So he backs to the starting line. We're going to come back to the tower here after we get done with Adam's pass. We'll interview Josh Blackburn and the crew here with their second place finish.
Adam not only pulls with his handiwork, he manufactures and puts engines together. And in the last couple of years, he's made a whole lot of horsepower. Green flag is out for the Footloose tractor. Well, that's a pretty nice hook in the Footloose ride. East Burton coming up as well a little bit later on in this class.
Well, Josh, congratulations, sir. Number 2 tonight. And certainly you got to be glowing about everything that you guys are doing in the shop as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've managed to keep pretty busy over the years. After COVID, we really took off. And, you know, it's really awesome to see Blackburn Motors in the top 5 tonight. That makes me really happy. I want to congratulate Jeb and Zane. They did a great job tonight. And it's good to see a young guy come out on top. I'd like to be there up there with them, but I'm really happy with how everything ran. I got to say thanks to my dad. He's the one that gives us all these awesome tune-ups. He does a really good job with that. I got to thank Brandon Block and Lance Learman, Tyler Duplessis, Adam Steinbach. I got to thank Mike's family. It's a group effort to do this, and it's been a great night here. I got to thank all you guys for what you do and everybody that was involved with Tomah here. Thank you.
Absolutely, sir. Well, on behalf of Culver's, here is your trophy. And our friends at Quick Trip give you $75 as well.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. The Cheesick stable, of course, Josh Blackburn doing the driving here this evening. And they go into the number 2 position. A whole lot of horsepower coming out of the state of Wisconsin from the Blackburn family, as well as we get ready to bring our next limited Prostock to the line.
Casey Lear comes out of Reachtown, Wisconsin with the Badger Deer. Got the first results of the 50-50. $800. Oh, come on. It's Thursday night. $800. From the time he left the starting line. $330 and 41 cents to the right. 330 with a 4-1 to the right for Casey Lear. The Badger Deer out of Reachtown, Wisconsin.
Reminder, pulling fans, that the 2024, the 49th edition of the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals will be going on right here. It's the 4th weekend in June, Thursday the 20th through Saturday the 22nd. Make plans to come back and join us next year. And don't forget, the 50th anniversary coming up in 2025. Well, here is a good mini rod coming up right now as we've got a little stream of some folks that can make some big things happen. Logan Peisig out of Stetsonville, Wisconsin in the Fallout ride. winning time. Gonna shake it Shamrock out front. 339.2 is your lead. 313.360. 313. That'll put him right in second place.
All right, we're going to come back to the winner's circle. Our friends at Culver's, of course, the sponsor of our Superstock Open division this evening. And Zane, congratulations, sir. You are the winner.
Thank you. Got a lot of people I got to thank. I got to thank Bob and Bonnie Gansimer first for giving me the opportunity to be driving this tractor. And they've helped me out a long way. And got to thank Josh and Terry and Brandon, Dono Blackburn Racing Components. They do a great job of building these things and getting them running good. And anybody else that I'm forgetting, I'm sure I'm forgetting a few.
Absolutely. Well, you get to have, I'm glad you got a crew here with you, because I have a trophy to present to you from our friends at Culver's and a gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. On behalf of our friends from Budweiser, I have this cooler for you. And then you also get a box of Hot Shot Secrets from our friends at Hot Shot Secrets. So congratulations. You're off to a pretty good start. Obviously back Saturday afternoon to try to double up.
Yeah, we'll be back on Saturday, and hopefully we can place well again.
Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause. He goes #1 here tonight in our Superstock Open division. We certainly appreciate our sponsor, Culver's, for our Superstock Open division, our friends at Budweiser, and Hot Shot Secrets as well.
David Novak comes out of Howells, Nebraska with one called the Mean Farmer.
That doesn't sound very
I was going to say,
Nebraska-like.
being a Nebraska boy yourself, you would know and understand that statement, couldn't you?
On the map.
He
The
may.
Mean Farmer.
Exactly right. He may do that. And thanks for throwing me under the bus with the 50-50 girl.
I was giving you the opportunity right now to purchase.
Yeah, I know.
This is the winning time right now in
Yeah, that's
purchasing
right.
these raffle
That's
tickets.
exactly right.
This is the winning ticket is just moments away from being purchased.
Right, 321-095, 321 with an 095.
You're keeping these young ladies waiting.
I'm busy. You got things to do.
Hurricane Haley coming up next, Newcastle, Indiana. Riding a Hurricane here, a CNC machinist. Been involved in pulling for about 3 years. 6th place in the 2022 Grand National Point. Then started to drift a little bit to driver's right coming out here. What a tough run.
Interesting to watch that track. It has been both classes.
Yep.
And it's about the same place every time.
Alan and Doc, I'm going to come back
yeah.
down here to the
Yep.
Kenny Mac Tower real quick, or right in front of it. And Josh, there are a lot of people that you thanked that are an integral part of what you're doing. But there's one person that you seem to have omitted from your list.
Oops.
And we're going to fix that right now.
Yeah, and I forgot the main component. I got to thank my wife for everything she does. She is a huge part of this team. She honestly keeps me sane through all this chaos. Brittany Blackburn, I'm very sorry. Thank you so much.
So here, there we go. Not even in the winner's circle for winning an event. We're going to go right back to you and tell you thank you, Mama, for everything that you're doing. Obviously, folks, the wives that are not on the track competing are an integral part of what we're doing here in this sport, and so is the family of the Blackburns, a huge, huge aspect of what we're doing as well. Let's give them again a nice round of applause. Number 2 tonight, our Super Stock Open Division, driving Mike Cheese Extractor, Mr. Josh Blackburn.
Don't let it happen again.
I don't think he will.
No,
I honestly don't think he'll. I mean, she will be the first name out of his list in every interview from now on.
If Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. But again, we get back to community. Everyone here is a community. First time,
Exactly.
hope you're enjoying your pull here. If you're just joining us here at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals for the first time in 48 years.
We've been waiting for you.
Yeah, we have been. Wonder where you've been.
Well, I took attendance last year. You did the year before. You know, we were missing some people. The G-Force out of Stockton, Illinois. Mike Ehrlich, the driver.
A lot of power. Wow. On the Busch Light track, the pit side track, proud sponsor and supporter of the American Farmer. Busch Light track coming up next. Jamie Evans III out of Wilson, South Carolina. Carolina Night Train next up on our mini rod class.
338.955 for the G-Force. 338.955 with, let's see, 7 more.
Thanks to the hardworking folks from Hot Shot Secrets, the #1 fastest growing automotive lubricant manufacturer in the U.S. They engineer high quality products that actually do what they say. Available at hotshotsecret.com or O'Reilly Auto Parts, Tractor Supply, and Rural King.
Now you got to imagine that this gentleman is one of our potential long haul of the weekend award winners right here, coming out of the state of North Carolina, and Jamie Evans doing the driving of the Carolina Night Train. And Cody Singletary, he'll come out a little bit later. He comes from Tar Heel, North Carolina, the Carolina Night Train 2. So 2 tractors they just really got going here in this class about 4 years ago or so. And Cody's been a very quick study on the watchful eye. He'll back him in now to the starting line. Jamie doing the driving of this entry, as I said, out of Wilson, South Carolina. Keith Horst on deck. And the Horse family, #2 all-time in the mini division. And then right below there, our all-time leader in Tomah, fresh off a second-place finish in Hutchinson. That, of course, is Rick Peters.
To the right sideline.
Made that correction a lot earlier than some of the rest of them have been, and I think that paid off for him.
He was on top of it, able to stab the brake a little bit, keeping her straight. You can take a look at the replay now. .286 and 2 for the Night Train. So wow, a couple of great names here. Second generation pullers. Well, except for one of them. Keith Horst, Rick Peters. You could probably take Adam Kester and Keith Horst, all of their hooks, and not probably even come close to halfway of Rick Peters. Been around a long time. The Buckeye Special coming up. Bill Leichner And then the Theobalds, a couple opportunities there. Grandpa's Disaster, the Vibrator, Walk the Line. All waiting in the wings here in our mini rod class. Big thank you to Ag Protect 1 and
just sounded like it was out of air. And it has nothing to do with the way it was running. It was just lost a lot of the forward momentum. It fell off. It didn't sound good, but it didn't sound exactly bad. It just wasn't there.
He's one of the 5 that has won here before. That's Casey Lear, of course. And as Alan said, just not quite firing like we need it to here. The John Deere 6030 out of the state of Wisconsin. Reedstown is the home for Colin Lear. So Casey already ran. I'm sorry. I was there. Colin Lear. That was the Darien Deer. Casey was the former winner here.
Well, joining us in the Kenny Mack Tower, the person that really is the brains behind this entire operation, Shay Fox here, our operations manager. Got a big smile on her face tonight. It's, either she's happy or she's been to the beer garden. Just kidding. Keith Horst coming up. Ansonia, Ohio, the Red Fox. Boy, there were a lot of years, especially in the 80s and 90s, where the Red Fox just came in here and dominated this track. Second generation puller on the line.
However, there's a driver and made it happen.
You know, when you talk about steering by the seat of the pants or knowing how to be able to do
right.
that is an incredible look right there at getting that done.
Exactly. He did very good. Very well.
Well, you say we give you a couple rundowns here real quick. Your leader on the limited pro stock side is Dean Alicki. The killing time, John Deere, 3:54.135. Number 2 is Chris Schlinman at 3:44.005. Kevin Lindstrom goes number 3 currently. The Hyper Harvester, 3:39.545. Mike Gerlach, who just ran a couple tractors ago, currently in the number 4 spot, 3:38.955. And top 5 currently right now, John Coots, the Diggin' Deer, at 3:34.500. We come over here to the Busch Light side, our mini division. Nathan Hoffman, the Shakin' Shamrock, folks, he is looking to do it again. In 2021, he was the fantastic winner with that entry. He went 3:39.280. He sits number 1. Logan Peisig, the Fallout, at 3:13.660, number 2. Haley Corrender with the Hurricane Haley, 3:08.665 is number 3. Adam Kester and the Footloose entry at 3:06.160. Those are your top right now. And we continue to work through what will be 23 mini rods. And of course, we're narrowing our field down about 6 or 7 on the Budweiser side in this limited pro stock tractor class.
You know, it's kind of hot this weekend, but let's turn our attention to what happens in Louisville when it gets a little cold.
Yes.
You can stream it live at watchpulling.tv. It is.
That 4-1 Charger runs out of power, you're done. I mean, right now, and you can see it, you can hear it right there at about the neighborhood of that 290, 295. It all of a sudden started to fall off and was gone.
And that's the thing that's kind of deceptive about this class.
It is.
Well, they sound good, look good coming up there, and when that box tops out, if you're not really right having the combination just dead on, you're probably going to end up giving away a couple of feet.
Right, 312, 870. 312 with 87 cents to the right.
Well, we've talked about him. Rick Peters on the way next to the Buckeye Special.
Yeah, so let's dig into the history here just a little bit and go back into the archives. This gentleman, as I said earlier, has been one who has reportedly and had told us he's just going to be done.
Yeah, how many times has he told us he's going to quit?
And then he has
I know
not.
of three. I know of three.
So he comes our way out of the state of Ohio, as I said, fresh off of a top 2 finish last weekend on the Grand National stop in Hutch. He is gaining a little bit of ground here, dialing this tractor in, and is certainly one you want to watch. He's currently number 6 in our NTPA Grand National points race through 3 events, as we have been to Farley, Iowa, and then also to Hutchinson, Minnesota. We did lose one to Mother Nature with rain on night number 2 in Farley, but 3 hooks thus far, and Rick has been right there in the thick of things as well. Like I said, he has been in the mix, a 2nd place finish there on night number 2. Now from here we leave, we go to Chapel Hill and Fort Recovery, Bowling Green, Ohio, and Napoleon, and we conclude in Wellington and Wauseon, Ohio. So just really starting to get things going in this points race in the mini division.
That we'll have to wait for the tail of the tape, but boy, he started to drift big time, and when he gets in the right combination, he is one tough hombre to beat.
Exactly right. Exactly right. I think that that little 2-inch stripe of white cost him.
I believe it was his intent to cross-track, but I don't know that he intended, of course, to let it come that far so quickly there, folks. Unfortunate.
Right there you see it. Just a little puff of white, and that is not good.
286-1 and a disqualification for out of bounds. Don't count him out. He'll be around the rest of the weekend. Adam Kester on the way next, the Beast of Burden Ride out of Wadesville, Indiana.
Josh Dutton out of Darien, Wisconsin, with one he calls Time for One More. Obviously a nod to the 4-1 class that we're running here. Josh Dutton in the driver's seat. I know, yes, but I won't. I think we all feel for him right there. It just quit. Not motor-wise, but forward momentum was gone.
That's a bummer. He was really on a nice pass, and certainly going to be down there another another 10 or 15 feet. We're going to say certainly look things over there, watch our officials, and see if we find anything there under it. Hopefully no, but let's give him a tough luck round of applause, folks. I don't know that was a ride that he's going to be very when he gets back to the pit area. Hopefully he'll find some positivity, but he was on a nice pass there.
308, 510. 308, 51 cents to the right.
Happy to have supporting our mini rod class the good folks from KPXA. It's a family-owned business including 3 generations of the Perry family. They entered racing successful over the years with a special Arius Fontana engine and a top alcohol dragster, and that's really been the proving zone for a lot of the actual work that they've been able to do. Happy to have them on board. Proud sponsor of the mini rod class. That's Ken Perry's Extreme Arius. And here comes a guy that knows something about building some horsepower. This is the Beast of Burden mini rod.
Talking to a couple of the mini rod drivers today out through the pit area. We're talking about tires and how little lug you need on a mini rod tire because of this wheel speed that you're turning. And some of them are still trying to, let's say, dial in that mini rod tire. It does not change size like a dragster tire does. It stays virtually the same size that they put on the track. So now we have to figure out a way to micromanage that little bit of a lug underneath the wing.
It's baffling. When the Iron Boy decides that it's your turn to be done, you're pretty much stopped dead in your tracks. Great hook, straight down the line, building some horsepower, but not going to quite get it done. 288-715. 288-715. We've seen the 280 upper reaches right here, the last couple of hooks. We're hook number 11, and coming up next will be the Bobcat Jr. out of Weldon, Illinois. Another guy that's had great success here, Mr. Bill Leichner.
I am guessing that we have drivers back there in our mini camp right now that are scratching their heads.
Oh, yeah.
Trying like crazy to figure out what it is they have got to do. Is it horsepower related? Are we changing something there with how we're going to fuel these tractors to get down there? Or what is it? Because obviously, I'm not taking anything away from Nathan Hoffman. That man made a beautiful pass. But he's a good bit away from everybody else. And we're really trying to figure out how to get down there. So certainly, this tractor coming in next, very capable. You think about what we do over the course of the summer. And one of our later stops over the course of the summer, always in Bowling Green.
Right.
And on Saturday night, the last couple of years, they have had the wheel where we spin for who gets to run for $10,000. The mini division has that at the last 2 years.
Okay.
They've been of the 6. They have won that. And just so happens that this very tractor, the Bobcat Jr. entry, with Abby Leichner driving 2 years ago, last year I believe Bart Sluice was driving, has won the $10,000 both times. So Bill Leichner in the seat tonight doing the driving. They keep that tractor in Weldon, Illinois. We got a tractor coming on the starting line.
Than the previous 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7.
Well, that's a top 5 run right there, I believe, from this vantage point. I'm going to say John Coots is currently sitting on.
Thanks to the good folks at Gerke Excavating, known for their experience and remembered for their service. 1946 is when they started it. Give us a call for your next project. Enjoy the total pulls this weekend. Our thanks to the good folks at Gerke Excavating. Well, Miles has told you about the Bobcat and its lineage right there. And just a guy that has run multiple different vehicles here over the years. And every time has come up either in the winner's circle or pretty darn close to it. Never count out Bill Leichner when you see him hooked to the sled here. A lot of years experience and a lot of different vehicles that have come here to Tomah and have ended up walking with the big check.
There has to be something in experience that says this is what it always feels like when it's right.
Yeah, and
regardless of what the vehicle is.
That's a great point. And I'll tell you this, if he lays down, I would not be surprised if he doesn't lay down a monster pass.
I
Just
agree
lay
with
it down.
Yeah.
339, as Miles mentioned, the Shaken Shamrock. That's the lead by like 26 feet over the rest of the class. Would not surprise me one little bit if Bill could pull something out here. Maybe from the very start, the spot of the sled.
Obviously getting on the throttle there, and that's a guy who has come here and won in a couple of different divisions, the modified tractor category. He does have several wins to his credit, and that'll make a top 5 run right there. That should shake our order up a little bit. He's passed about 305 or so.
3:08.550 puts him in fourth. Yep, okay. Fourth place at the present time. Shelbyville, Indiana is the home of our next poller that comes up. And that'll be the first of a couple. Wicked Motorsport team.
Grandstand side, the Meyer Performance Research and Development Broadhead. I wonder if it wasn't because exactly what happened. All of a sudden, he was in a position to make it happen.
Welcome to Quick Trip Fan Appreciation Night tonight. Don't forget, 3 24/7 Tomah locations. We're also proud sponsors of the VIP booth here this weekend. Fresh bakery, grocery items, produce, take-home meals, all of that and more at Quick Trip.
$333,065 for John Meyer. 333,065 with that pass with Meyer Performance R&D. 3 more left to go in our 4-1 class, our limited Prostock class.
Team. Grant Theobald coming up next. This young man has had the steering privileges for the last couple of seasons in the Little Wicked. We'll also see Renee Theobald coming up a little bit later on in this class.
Number 2 last year in our points race at the end of the year when we tallied everything up in their debut season with this tractor, the Little Wicked. A Hemi, of course, prepared by Josh Miles. And, of course, Doug Theobald standing right there. And a modern machine frame. They came out and did a fantastic job in their debut year. So they did have a 2 two-wheel drive truck team at one point. They added the modified tractor. Then they had the Mini. Last year, Renee driving the Pretty Wicked Bucket T. They had this entry for Grant, and they had Doug. In 2023, we've added a second Mini, and we've added another driver. Mason steps into the seat of the T-Bucket, known as Wicked. Lil Wicked on the line. We got Pretty Wicked that'll be out here later in the class.
But he corrected it. Didn't work at it that hard. Brought it back. Did a great job with it.
And very smooth there. I mean, he was going towards the white chalk line and still kept up with that. That'd make his grandfather, Keith Theobald, pretty happy there.
Exactly.
Now a third generation right there on the Theobald family, the Pretty Wicked team. Keith, of course, the NTPA national president. 296 and some change there for Grant, his third year pulling.
Yep.
The 2022 NTPA Rookie of the Year and the Enderley Pull-Off winner. That's pretty good first season.
That's a very good first season.
Like Miles mentioned, he finished kind of close to the top of the points race.
Yeah, that helps too. The instigator comes out of Tripoli, Iowa, and that is Bill Figgenbaum in the driver's seat. Still looking at 354 and leading the class. Nobody seriously charging up there. got room, but let's see what happens. We got 3 left in the class.
Bill is a former winner here, but in the super fun. Folks, it seems like, especially that first 150 feet, we're throwing the front ends up, and we're facing the stars here with every single one of these tractors, and a lot of them obviously keeping those tires still behind them rather than unloading them there, unfortunately. But the Instigator makes his run. Just a few remaining there on the Budweiser side.
3:05:33. 3:05:33 for Bill. A red and a green left to run.
Troy Art out of Sauk City, Iowa, back in black, right? Let's see what Troy can do here tonight. Still a lot of good competitors waiting in the wings here.
Well, this tractor, of course, gets the name Back in Black. Back in Black after a famous song many years ago. And certainly bring Troy now to the line. Now, folks, that you want to know a little bit more about this tractor, this is formerly the Iron Toy that Adam Bauer ran in the 2022 campaign. And this gentleman right here, about 40 miles away from where the Bauers are in Peyton. And he asked, do you have any desire to sell a Mini? Gentleman does some trucking for the Bauer family in the off season. Adam said, we'll sell you a Mini. Not too bad to find yourself in the points race right off.
That was a great hook. Probably not going to win this event, but again, they all sound good. The RPMs are up. They got plenty of hook. We're not seeing any one-wheeling that sometimes we'll see with this class.
Comparative to what we've seen, I would tell you he was behind it.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yes.
You know, he drove that a little bit farther before he was fully in. Now, just about his 3rd or 4th time really driving a Mini, as I think Hutch, pretty sure Hutch his first time and he won.
Okay.
And,
was that a fluke? No, not necessarily,
you know,
but
good tractor, you bought a good tractor. Let's be honest. You
Yeah.
bought a really good tractor, and that helps right off the bat. But a good job driving, and with each potential lap he has or passing lap he has, he's going to gain a little bit more respect with that. What he's got to handle with that, there's no question.
Yeah.
And, you know, it seems like every time we get a driver in the seat, they learn a little bit more with each of those passes. Let's give him a nice round of applause, folks. He did a great job.
When that charger starts to fall off, you've lost your forward momentum. You've lost the surprise of power that you had off of the line, and it costs you right there at the very, very end.
He's number 3 right now in that points race for Region 3, and so let's talk a little bit about that. One of the aspects we love is we can certainly come here to a Super National Pull and run in a lot of these classes, two-wheel drive or Mini or any of those varieties, obviously. Limited Pro, we run primarily on the region level.
Right.
And Region 3 has been one of the very toughest you would think about up here in the Badger State, primarily for the majority of their events. And right there in the mix of it, no question, the top 3 in that coming in here this weekend for Jeff Ball.
3:05 and 52 to the right. 3:05:52, 1 left to go. Mother's Nightmare. He's just next door. Oh, you're talking to mini rods.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, how do you get to Wyoming so quickly, Alan? I'd like to know.
Yeah, well, I know. I'm talking about Brent lining up over there out of Boston. So you threw me for.
You've got an airplane, and a helicopter to get you to the airport.
Sure,
I think.
not a problem. No problem.
Gray Bull, Wyoming is the home of our mini rod puller, the Happy Days ride. Cherry Lake Cornet coming up. Of course, Wyoming known for great four-wheel drive pulling. The old rig that used to pull the NTPA Grand National Copenhagen Skull pulling circuit back in the day. Let's see what this old cowboy can do here. Gotta love it when you name your vehicle Happy Days. Let's see if they are here in Tomah. Good effort.
A lot of real estate being rearranged behind those rears. There was no question that he maybe should have been a little lighter in the nose, pick it up just a little bit, put a little more of that power to the rear tires with a little bit of a weight transfer machine there. But no, it was a good hook. You're exactly right. Last one on Budweiser's side, the one that I got confused when Miles was trying to send me to Wyoming. This is the guy just down the road out of Austin, so he's close to home. Brent Litterud saw him when he checked in this afternoon. Mother's Nightmare. Last one of our 4-1 class.
When you come up to Tomah every year, the gateway to Cranberry Country, there's the Antique Mall. 65 plus antique dealers, coins, jewelry, postcards, military, glassware, all of it right here. The mall with it all located on the north end of town. That's the Antique Mall.
Lost 300, not by a lot. So we have one man. $320 and a quarter to the right. 250 on the right-hand side. So Dean Halicki made a wise choice to drop a hook. We changed the sled on him. He came back in 6th and made it work.
Tough to beat a guy that has competed here in the heaviest class that we have. And well, I think a lot of times people don't realize how tough it is to drive a semi and be able to read the track and everything else. I think we just see that they got so much horsepower, they just lumber down there and get a whole lot of distance. But
we have released the 4-wheel drive, guys and gals, just so you know. We have released them. And they are
they're going to go out and poke holes in the track, aren't they?
Poking the track.
Yes. Top 5 as we look at wrapping up our 4-1 class. Dean Halicki on the number 1 position. Chris wishing his wife a happy birthday, finishing 2nd. Alex Hazard in number 3. Kevin Lindstrom number 4. Mike Ehrlich in 5. John Coots in 6. Casey Lear in 7. Jerry Martin 8. Bill Smith in 9, and rounding out the top 10 of Daily Paulson. Good class all the way around. We're going to make some weight changes. We'll reload the wagon, and we'll be ready to go with our 4-wheel drive in just a couple of minutes.
Out of Denmark, Wisconsin, the Grandpa's Disaster Brian Guza coming up on our mini rod side. And if I'm correct, we'll have 10 mini rods left after this hook.
Getting started with a class of 30 plus 4-wheel drive. A couple of scratches, a couple of late scratches. We'll get to them as we make our way into the class.
see how close he is to that 339 that the Shaken Shamrock has leading this class. That was a really good hook. 319.880, 319.880. For a limited time, take advantage of savings on select new Case IH disc mowers, conditioners, and balers. No money down, no interest for 60 days. Ease of operation. Case IH's hay tools give you a whole lot of flexibility. Stop by your local Case IH dealer and take advantage of that great savings program. Know some of you fans that are here from for the first time, and just keep in the back of your mind, if you got here and you've got any automotive issues, O'Reilly Auto Parts carries everything you need for repairs at great prices. They can test your battery, alternator, check engine light, or more. And I think the great thing here is the folks at O'Reilly really have been involved with this event for a long time, and they take great pride in being able to service the fans of the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals. Don't forget to stop by the NTPA merchandise stand and find out how you can simply, with the click of a button, end up being in the Case IH Superfan contest sweepstakes. We hope that you'll get that taken care of. Just stop by the NTPA merchandise stand. You can also pick up your championship puller there, as well as so many other great novelty and souvenir items. Well, the old Vibrators up next out of Litchfield, Kentucky. Chase Richardson. Well, now we're really going to make some noise to bring in our four-wheel drive trucks. Still about 8 or 9 minis left to go. Then we'll make things, really shake things up with our modified class that will be coming up. But right now, the attention is on Chase Richardson in the Vibrator ride. Good hook. Wheels are up. I thought we would have seen a change in the leaderboard, but
didn't happen that way.
No, 339 is a change. Now 20 foot on the class.
First of our class in 6,200 pounds. Weighted the wagon. I have a feeling we may be rethinking that decision.
We might be a tad heavy, but we're going to come back to the Kenny Mack Tower. Folks, Ux Hazard is here with us. He is number 3 in our limited pro stock class. Dean, thank you again for your sponsorship. I'm going to turn the microphone over, let you make the presentation, then I'll take it back from you. We'll have a quick interview as well.
All right. And thanks on Zummer Excavating for giving us out. Thanks for coming to Tomah, and congratulations on 3rd place.
Now, we want to thank Zelmer Excavating, obviously, for being a sponsor of our limited pro stock class. You're late in the class, and you have a really big distance you had to go. You got to be pretty pleased.
Oh, I'm super excited. It's been a childhood dream to get up here in the winner's podium. There's 26 of the best running tractors around here tonight. A lot of luck had just to be up here. I'd really like to thank my teammates here, Jordan Ray Heron, my dad, the crew chief. We get a lot of help from Nick Cunningham, Schnidkers, Hearts Fuel and Air, my wife for putting up with me. Like I said, it's been a dream to get up here.
Yeah, we can't forget the wives. We've already done that once. Now, we're going to take a quick photo. And on behalf of our friends at Quick Trip as well, we have a $50 gift card he was presented. Let's give him a nice round of applause, folks. He goes number 3 tonight, our 4-1 limited Prostock tractor class, sponsored by our friends at Zelmer Excavating.
Did you notice how he just smoothly put that in there? Just worked it right in. Cody Singletary out of Tar Heel, North Carolina, the Carolina Night Train number 2. That stablemate ran about 10, 11 hooks ago. Night Train number 1 with Jamie Evans there, 286 and some change. So Cody has come to play. Adam Kester, Dustin Price, Renee Theobald, Chase Richardson again, Carly Pastukla, and Adam Bauer coming up, as well as Burnett, and I do believe C.J. Graysick has yet to play.
Boy, we moved over to the left-hand side of that track, a long ways out of center.
Let's see what happens. Incredible right here, 200 feet. You're like,
yes,
that's a winning pass.
And then all of a sudden it's gone.
Hello, Bill Leichner.
He's not paying a bit of attention.
303.245. 303.245.
Larry Peterson, Baldwin, Wisconsin, the Profab, geared up, is rolling back to the sled. 26-inch hitch height on our four-wheel drive. We'll talk about why that is important here in just a minute.
Getting down there close to the nitty-gritty. Get your 50-50 raffle tickets.
I've got mine. Do you have yours?
No, not as of yet. You just got to know how this game is played.
Yeah, I do. I know how it's played. One that's not as far down the track as perhaps they'd like to see with a class of 30.
We'll come back to the Zelmer Excavating winner's circle now here, right in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. I get to turn the microphone over to Dean. He gets to make our presentation to Chris Ashleman.
On behalf of Zelmer Excavating, here's your second place in Tomah. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you being here.
All right, sir. Let's take care of business before we take care of business. Today's a pretty special day, not just because you were second in the class, right? But for some other reason, right?
Absolutely. It's my beautiful wife turns 25 today, so let's all wish her a happy birthday and grace her with some goodness, because she puts up a lot of shit, pardon my language, for what we're doing down here. So she truly is, she does a lot for us, and we could not go pulling if it wasn't for her and taking care of everything at home and just raising our kids, and it's special. It really is.
You're off to a pretty good start in 2023. I know you're happy about that. Let's talk about who you want to thank.
Oh man, there's so many people. I want to thank Tomah crew, everybody that puts this on. you know, my dad pulled back here back in the day, and I think the best we ever did back then was 6th place. We pulled garden tractors over there as an exhibition. My brother did. So to get to stand up here is a dream come true. I've been clicking a lot of these bucket list shit off my list, and I tell you what, it is awesome.
Adam was up. He's had a couple opportunities here, walked the line. Adam Kester, a good hook, Miles.
Yeah, 3rd attempt, and he absolutely had that one dialed up and ready. So let's come back here, sir. I'm gonna let you keep talking because it's important. And 2023, like I said, you've been off to a great start. There's a lot of people helping you. Let's keep talking about that.
Yeah, Simon boys say I like to talk. So I'd like to thank my dad, my wife, my family, his wife, everybody, John. He's a huge help to our crew. All our sponsors. We got so many people that help us out. We're a little man in a big pool here, so it takes a lot to make our team go around, and we're truly grateful for everybody that helps us. Shout out to the people at home, you know, my mom, stepdad, and everybody else that support us and help us. Our engine guy, Bryce Mosley, B Machine, he's a top-notch dude. In my book, he's the best in the country. And Hart's Diesel, C&M Pulling Tires, Pro Puller Tires, they've done a lot for us, and I really cannot say enough about it. It takes a combination, and when you got it going on, you got it going on, and right now we got it going on, and we're just going to ride that wave and keep doing what we're doing, and somehow we're doing good, and I love it. I mean, I couldn't be happier for my dad to get to stand up here and for everything that he's done, and it's very special. So thank you.
Absolutely. I'm scared to death you're going to hit her with that trophy. All right, well, we've got our folder ready, and I certainly want to thank our friends at Quick Trip for presenting our card, our fuel card here this evening to Chris Ashelman. Let's give him a nice round of applause again. Digging for a living, number 2 tonight in our Zelmer Excavating Limited Pro Stock Tractor class.
Discussion taking place trackside to exactly what we want to do with the grandstand sled. We need to change something, but they're not necessarily in full agreement of what they want to do. Although we have rolled the box forward, which indicates to me we'll bring the telehandler in and remove at least one weight, and we'll see if we make that a change only or we change the trip position. That discussion I hear radio traffic talking about, Miles.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to come back to the winner's circle here, and I'm going to turn the microphone over to Dean. Let him make his presentation on behalf of Zelmer Excavating.
On behalf of Zelmer Excavating, here's your first place. Congratulations. Thanks for coming to Tomah. You guys is what makes our polls so great.
You know, we appreciate your sponsorship, and that means a lot to us. Zelmer Excavating, we appreciate it.
We're going to run this mini rod, and then we'll talk. I've got a couple questions for you.
Dustin Price on the way next out of Wolf Lake, Indiana, the blackmail ride. Hey, reminder, the Farmall tractor turns 100 years old, and Case IH Farmall Utilities 75C tractor, and 15 grand can be yours. Join the celebration and enter for a chance to win. It's simple. Farmall100.com.
There was a thunder that you could feel. You can actually feel that one when it went past. We've never felt any of them up to now.
Speak for yourself. 3:15 and 8:35. Fifth place right there. Fifth place is 3:15 and 8. Leading distance 3:39 and 2. Man out of Knapp, Wisconsin, the Shaken Shamrock.
Mick Broughton is hooked with the shock treatment. Armada, Michigan's hometown favorite. They lighten things up on the sled. We will see if that is going to be enough. This will be a test hook. He is your test hook as we have made the change on board the sled.
All right, we'll come back here as we're going to go ahead and make our presentation again and talk with Dean Alicki just a little bit. Sir, you step from semi, you step out for a little bit, you come back here. Certainly, pulling's pulling, and you know what you're doing when you go pulling.
Well, we do, and you know, we love pulling. We quit, and we got to thank my wife for making me get back into it, because she wanted me sitting in the house so much. And you know, I got to thank a group of people. First off, Chris Shire and his group for having us at Tomah. Beautiful place. I got to thank my wife, my kids. They all put up with a lot. All our employees, NTPA, Mac Trailers, all the sponsors here that help out. I got to thank Weimer, Carlton Cove, Brett Berg. He saved the day on our second pass tonight. Isaac Conway and his whole group. ProFab, Engler Machine, Weimer Fuel and Air. We got full shot tires. We got some good parts on that tractor.
Well, it proved it. Now, let's talk about that. Obviously, you have the option, you evaluate things, and you were pretty quick to make the decision you were coming back.
My wife told me at Ellsworth, Wisconsin, that I need to step up my game and run my tractor harder, so we didn't give her a chance to think that over again.
Well, good for you, and good on you for making him come back. Folks, let's give him a nice round of applause.
Another multi-divisional winner here at Tomah. Check out KPXARacingEngines.com. Another one from Shelbyville, Indiana. It's Renee Theobald in a pretty wicked ride. Then we'll go to Chase Richardson. Working nights, Adam Bauer, the Iron Toy. Then back to the little disaster and a pile driver to finish up our mini rod class. Mentioned Brett Berg. He pulls to the number 4 spot in our modified class coming up after the minis.
I just want to thank Hot Shot Secrets and Budweiser. My microphone died. I was not able to make that presentation with those products, but the winner, of course, Dean got himself a box of our Hot Shot Secret products as well as a cooler from our friends at Budweiser. We go to the starting line, a former winner here in the two-wheel drive division. And that, of course, is Renee Theobald. She comes our way now to the starting line. She did so with Pretty Wicked, her two-wheel drive entry. She now, in her debut season, piloting this Mini known as Pretty Wicked out of Shelbyville, Indiana. She's up there in the points hunt run. It's taken us a little bit of time. The sun has set, so maybe we're getting a little bit of moisture help. You don't know that for sure, but certainly our last 3 or 4 have thrown the kitchen sink at what we're trying to do in terms of configuration. How about it, ladies? Let's give her a nice round of applause. She's out here in the big end of the track.
3:31.07, a solid second place effort for Renee Theobald.
Now, I'm going to go ahead and pose the question at you.
Okay, here it comes.
How many ladies have been a winner at Tomah?
I'm going to say Rodlin Knox. I'm going to go to Belle Blosser in the mini rods way back when.
Actually, Georgia, Daniel Johnson doing the driving there, coming up a little short of that 300 foot. He'd like to cross it. 281.
You may remember Danny Johnson, obviously, as he was the driver of the Talk to Me entry out of the way down there, of course. It came and ran quite a bit, the Woody Folsom entry. But that Desperado truck, one he put together just a couple years ago, what's the number you would guess?
No, I'm trying to guess another one here. I've got 3. 4 would be...
You're going to try to get to 7.
Oh, wow.
I've got 7.
Oh, darn it. Out of Fort Wayne area, modified.
Yes,
Huge
sir.
on regional, but came here and, surprised a lot of the guys.
That would be Judy Knipstein.
Judy. Couldn't remember.
Judy K, she's one of our 7 that I know of. Now, there might be
Ellen,
more.
Rodlin Knox.
Sue Ellen,
I did not find Sue Ellen.
Oswald.
I did not find Sue Ellen Oswald.
Rodlin Knox.
Rodlin Knox is one, yes.
Dusty Arfons.
She's number 2.
Oh, yeah.
There are 3 from the mod division. We've named those 3. That's Judy K, Rodlin, and Dusty.
Right.
Now you're going to have to start about 4-wheel drive trucks. You're going to have to start to think about those, obviously. And within those 4-wheel drive trucks, you also have to think about, I already gave you one just a little while ago. We also have an unlimited winner, a female that drove an unlimited that won here. And then you've got a 2-wheel drive, Kathy Archer.
Kathy Archer.
Okay. Kathy Archer.
Gets that win there. So you're 7. The other one that you have not named, we just told Renee, she's number 5. Okay. There are 2 more in the 4-wheel drive category. 2 more in the 4-wheel drive category. And they have both won here in the last 5 years.
Now, if there's an 8th or a 9th, I want to know. That's what I've found. I've got 7 for you right now. And my good friend Dan Mayer's been helping me. Now, he straps into the ride of Mr. Brian McDonald. Brian McDonald, a former winner here a couple times in the 2-wheel drive division. A couple years ago, he added this entry right here that he named Very Lil Sanity. And certainly Chase Richardson jumped in tonight to do the driving under the watchful eye of Mr. Corporal, of course, from Modern Machine. Brian not here tonight, so Chase will do the driving. This is his 2nd entry to drive, and we'll see just how well he does.
respectable effort there.
Out of Mason City, Iowa comes Jamie Bush. The Thunderstruck machine. Clears his throat. The green is out, both ends of the track.
Very little sanity goes 312 and 7. 312 and 7. Hey, just a reminder, polling fans, you go to ntpapoll.com, pull the lineups for each class that's here, and also live results available at ntpapoll.com. The pot for the FFA alum 50-50 raffle, currently $1,200.
Jamie Bush with a Thunderstruck at 308 and 69. 308.69. John Yentzer up next. Ike Zaring, Carol Suki, Corey Johnson, David O'Connor, and Taylor Corsa. Names that you recognize. We've been talking about some of them all night long, one place or another. We start at noon tomorrow. No, I'm sorry, it's 1 o'clock, isn't it?
No, it's noon.
It's noon, that's what I thought.
Kids Club tomorrow, the Ranked Seed Kids Club at 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's right around from the big tent in front of NTPA Tech. If you're brand new and you've got some kids with you, bring them by there. They do coloring. They'll meet the Ranked Seeds moneymaker, Brett Berg.
Right.
Who we'll be seeing shortly coming up here.
Tomorrow we'll see the light super stocks and the two-wheel drives, the light pro stocks, super stock diesels, and the modifieds in session 2 at noon. We do session 3 again at 7 o'clock.
Charlie Patulska up next out of Arlington, South Dakota. The Working Knights mini rod coming up. On deck is Adam Bauer in the Iron Toy. Then Little Disaster and I believe the Pile Driver coming back. But now we'll see what Carly can do. All right, Arlington, South Dakota. South Dakota, pretty good pull right there. And a reminder, a modified class that'll be coming up here at the end. 288 and 4, 288 and 4 for Carly. So since she is pulled, we can add yet another woman who has competed here at Tomah. Is that the boss?
That is the boss.
The boss from North Dakota?
Yeah, it's the place he comes and calls home. Mandan, North Dakota, as a matter of fact. That means it has to be John Yentzer.
Yes, it does. Great competitive over the years.
Yes.
Very proud of his
Sounded good, looked good, got a little bit of a bounce there later on, and that takes your momentum. 295 and a double nickel to the right. 295 with the 55.
Sempico Lubricants celebrates their 28th year of involvement with NTPA. For 112 years, the Central Petroleum Company has manufactured Sempico heavy-duty lubricants, specially formulated with the highest quality heavy-duty components for heavy-duty equipment, including trucks and tractors, both on and off track.
Quick Trip is hiring. They're looking for people full-time and part-time, career opportunities, competitive playing, and great benefits, and a 40% profit sharing. You heard right, 40% profit sharing. Visit quicktrip.jobs for more information. Thanks to Quick Trip, stepping up and presenting Fan Appreciation Night here, opening night of the 23 Tomah Super Bowl.
Well, up next, it's Adam Bauer out of Iowa, the Iron Toy. National championships in a modified class and a mini modified class. Oh, we got just about every single modified class to run. He's in the finish. Let's see what he's on the half.
He's going to run hard. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
From the time he leaves the line.
They're a group that believes not leaving anything on the table. Well, that'll put him in third. 326.875. 326.875. And that 339 looms so very, very large. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme, the official fuel additive of NTPA. It's the strongest diesel additive on the market, trusted by thousands. Good folks at Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme cleans, protects, brings your diesel engine back to life. Of course, it's available nationwide at O'Reilly Auto Parts, Tractor Supply, Amazon, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Stop by their display here. They're giving away free samples of their fuel additive, everyday diesel treatment this weekend while supplies last. Great to have them on board here. They've really come in with a very, very big footprint in the world of truck and tractor pulling. Also for your pulling fans, the NTPA Championship Pulling presented by Case IH on RFD TV, America's most important rural network, enters its 19th season.
That's hard to believe, Doc. It really is.
And I've been around for all 18 of them, but
yes,
my good buddy Army Armstrong for a while had the pleasure of presenting on that. Again, 5:30 Eastern, Tuesday nights on RFD TV, and a number of replays throughout the entire week.
The bucket list comes on. Challenging Jamie Bush for a lead right there, it looks like. We'll see if he got the job done. Yes, he did, as he takes over the lead with a 3:14 and 35 cents to the right. 3:14.35 ranks Zering, your new leader.
Well, we go back to the very first mini rod who pulled, and he dropped the little disaster out of Taylor, Wisconsin. Christopher Burnett comes up, 6 years of pulling there. Plant manager at Taylor Frac. So he has had an awful long time to look at the entire class to see what he can come up with. Again, 339 and 2. This class has been a mystery to watch for 200 feet. Oh, look, like they're going to end up taking home the win. Put a pretty good run in the books.
Yes, but listen to the power plant.
Sounds a little tubby.
Yeah, there's an issue there that's going to be addressed overnight, that's for sure.
.284, 345. That for Christopher. And that should bring up one final mini rod competitor. That's the pile driver and C.J. Greasy. Now, many of these competitors here looking to do well this weekend, looking to gain some points, but a lot of them will say, we want to qualify for the Enderley pull-off. In Champaign County Fairgrounds in Urbana, Ohio, September 16th, the Enderley pull-off is NTPA's all-star event. Take the top 5 from all of our divisions and bring them out there. You can keep up to date at allstarpoll.com. It's the 36th Enderley pull-off, 24 divisions, and $100,000 in prize money. One of the ladies we talked about earlier, she's had great success here.
Exactly.
Great success on the regional pulls. Modifieds, you're up next. We've got one hook left in the minis. One hook left in the minis, modifieds. You're ready to come stretch your stuff here. We have 11 scheduled come your way.
Carol Suki, the totally geared machine. Amber Grove Heights, Minnesota.
Tomah High School DECA Club will be selling the official Tomah 2023 t-shirts and sweatshirts on the grandstand side. Make sure to pick yours up while supplies last. All right, let's see what Carol has for us.
She's no stranger to this track at Tomah. She's been here many years. We watch her interesting presentation every year. She either runs very, very well, or she's got demons that she's fighting. Over the course of the years, the demons are losing. She's winning. She's winning. She dials it in, figures out what she needs to do. Carol Suki, Amber Grove Heights, Minnesota, with what's called totally geared. The green is out both sides, both ends of the track.
Used car salesman and the pile driver out of Litchfield, Kentucky. C.J. Graysick, our final mini rod here.
Backed out of it, wisely so, I think.
Yeah, never got the RPM where we wanted to. We like to hear that high pitch, then we're getting ready to go. As soon as we get ready to let up, that we never quite got there. And the totally geared entry, bring her back, starting line.
$17 and 6, 317 and 6. Here's how your top 5 finished in this class. Adam Kester walked the line in 5th. In 4th, Brian Guzik, Grandpa's Disaster. He's at 319 and 8. Adam Bauer in the Iron Toy, 326 and 8 for 3rd. Renee Theobald, the Pretty Wicked ride, continues to add to that near the points lead, 331.070. And the guy that no one had the answer for tonight, the Shakin' Shamrock, he hooked early in the class, and he goes 339.280. We'll hear from Nathan here in our winner's circle in just a bit. Coming up, 11 modifieds.
Looking down through the class of four-wheel drive that we have yet to come, and a class of 32 here tonight. We're in the number 8 or 9 position, but we have the top 3 that we saw. They're going to come back at the end of the class. So we are still in that, well, let's say 26, 7, 8 competitors to run here in our 6,200-pound four-wheel drive class.
Number 1, number 3, and number 4 all-time are here in our four-wheel drive class in terms of wins. And certainly the number 1 needs 0 introduction. They currently sit 14 session wins to their credit here in the four-wheel drive category. That, of course, the Holman brothers out of Wauseon, Ohio. Mark Mangan has 3 to his credit. And Mike Mainke, of course, is in the mix as well. And he will be running closer to the end with the Foolish Farmer entry. Mike has 3 wins here as well in the four-wheel drive class. So four-wheel drive class started in 1978. They ran 2 different weights here, the 5,500 and the 6,500 class. There have been over 70 sessions, I believe 72, 73 sessions, 35 total winners. 2022, Jake Zering, he swept the weekend here with the rule number 19 entry. Went on to do really big things throughout the 2022 summer out of Fillmore, Indiana. So our four-wheel drive truck class, of course, over on the Budweiser track. We get ready to fire up modified tractors coming to the Busch Light side. And we go to Farley, Iowa, our very first entry coming our way. A new entry for the family in 2023. This tractor, formerly the Long families, they're coming our way now. Of course, Brandon doing the driving of one of, I'm not quite sure, Alan, if we know the complete total of vehicles that the Simon family brought here this weekend.
I don't know either.
But if I were to tally it based off of what I know they potentially could bring, there would be a Light Unlimited, a mod, 5 two-wheel drives, and then maybe 3 or 4 Prostocks. Maybe 2. I don't know. Up to 9 or 10.
Or maybe 12. You know, Baker's dozen. Why not? Very successful team. There's no question about that.
And the logistics as well, you got to get here. So
that's
you got to
right.
have, they brought the old, there's a four-wheel drive truck here.
Oh, that's true. Yes.
There's a four-wheel drive truck here as well.
That's 11.
If my Prostock number is right, which that's a big question mark as well. So love it. They're here to have fun. It was just a couple years ago that they went to another event, had a rain out, and drove straight here through the late afternoon, early evening hours, ran, and then went right back.
Yes.
And these guys love to go pulling, and they're going to start things off here very, very soon. Of course, they also put on an event that kicked off at Farley Speedway, TPA event just a couple weeks ago as well. So Brandon already a win to his credit this season in the modified division. We will need our top three from the mini division to come our way here to the award stand. I do know, or to the winner's circle here, I do know Theobald will likely be down there helping as have the corporal entry.
Right, exactly.
Be down there that class before we get too deep. I'm sure we'll have to wait just a little bit for our top 3 in the mini division.
It is Fan Appreciation Night tonight, and a reminder, a Quick Trip carries all of your favorite cookout grocery items, brats, burgers, steaks, chops, salads, pop, beer, and so much more. They got you covered. You're on the go.
Not receiving the word on exactly where Carol Suki has ended up, but we know she is going to drop. Corey Johnson comes out, Powell, Wyoming's Mr. Awesome.
His dad pulled for a lot of years out of Powell, Wyoming.
Right.
And just was one of the happiest guys I've ever seen.
Exactly.
Traveled thousands of miles.
Smooth run.
Time to play. Those were the great days with Steve Olson alongside Roger Simon. A lot of times just the two of them. Now, the Simon boys here bring out the entire population of Farley, Iowa, and Dyersville, Iowa. The Simon Cattle Company. What Brandon kind of does, and of course RJ kind of manages the trucking aspect that they have. I'll mention the Farley 300 Raceway. Great late model action, and of course they pulled off a pretty good pull. And they did it first rate, just like their dad Roger would want them to. Let's see what Brendan's got here, our test puller, as we get set to launch 11. All right, tightens the chain here.
He was going to drive right on out the gate there and head back into the pit area. How about you, Tomah? Give him a nice round of applause. I got confirmation. 10. They brought 10 vehicles. 10 pulling vehicles to pull here with us across multiple classes. The Simon family ambassadors across the board. You think about going pulling, they will do so with the intensity that you just saw. That might be the furthest of the weekend, folks.
Miles, you mentioned if they got 10 vehicles waiting there, and that's the first one out of the stable, that boy could run 381.055.
That was an awesome pass. I mean, he was up up in the air, front end lifted, hauling the mail.
The nasty habit David O'Connor backs in Blooming Prairie, Minnesota.
We'll reset the modified class. Reset.
Yes, I heard that too. cross 300, but the sled didn't cross that 300-foot mark. Don't believe. It's interesting to watch them come off of the line. They're waiting till they get to the 100, 110, 20-foot mark before they fully get into the throttle. That, I wonder, is going to change as we make our way through the class. .297, 22, 297 for the 22 for David O'Connor.
You can look down there at the Case IH sled and see that they'll change some things there. Brandon went 281 and change, and they've reset here. Les Corporal Punishment will be up next, and Rank Seeds Moneymaker. Then the Thorn out of New York. Jed Lechner coming up out of the Dirt Slinger. The Kentuckian, Pack Rat, Giddy Up, the North American, Jacked Up Relentless, and the Ramblin' Rose. That's how they stack up here in this modified class.
So if we go into the archives here, we dig a little bit deeper into the modified class. 1977, 5,200-pound modified class, 7,200-pound modified class, 9,200-pound modified class. They were all here actively running. And certainly in 1989, we still had a similar combination there. Added a 5,800, took away the 52. And then in 1992, we went to the one mod class and then added the unlimited class. So you start digging here. There have been 47 different winners and around 95 pulling sessions, 96 pulling sessions. And your leader in the modified division is Doug Lively. He had 6 wins to his credit.
Yeah.
So
that was a potent tractor.
Oh,
I mean,
yes,
that was
absolutely.
We're getting
you
ready
look back,
to
you look back
go
at
down
that
here as well. I got Mr. Bauer. He's already come up. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that it's pretty amazing how that modified. At one time, we thought it would be a good idea to go unlimited, and just put 6 or 7 engines on and play that way. But yep, go ahead, Miles.
All right, so we're going to come to the winner's circle here, right in front of the Kenny Mac Tower. And I get to present 3rd place to Adam Bauer. There's your trophy from our friends at Papa Murphy's. And also a $50 Quick Trip gift card, sir. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you, Miles. We would like to end up a little farther, but that's just pulling. And got to thank everybody behind me, CJ and Ross and Truckee and Tuff and Jackson, Preston, my mother, father, everybody that helps me. And guys at some Picos, thanks for all their help and all the sponsors.
Absolutely, sir. A man, a few words, but all sorts of accomplishments. This is the all-time winner here, tied with Bill Voorhees for session wins in Tomah. So over the weekend, if you can get one more win, you'll separate yourself. You've got 16 to your credit based off of what I can figure out. So congrats, pal. Busy weekend.
Yeah, you bet. Thank you.
Taylor Corsa out of Mineral Buff, Georgia, with one called Taylor Made. $2.98, 29 cents to the right. Ike Zuring sits on top right now with a 3:14.35, leads the class 3:14.35. Jake's coming up out of the Zuring stable as well.
I would say the most incredible performance turned in tonight has been over here on the mini rod side. Shaken Shamrock.
I would agree with that.
They put quite a bit on it.
Yep, I would agree with it.
Now, there have been some incredible other looking runs, but
yeah,
that mini
nothing
rod class, it
successful,
just baffled me. 200 feet, everything looked well balanced, and almost everyone that went by that.
Yeah.
And you would think, well, there's your leader, and then get down, right down there, and it stopped like at 308. But yeah, the Shamrock, definitely the old boy from Napa, Wisconsin, taking home a big, big win. Miles will talk to him in just a little bit. We are still working on resetting the sled here. So Les Corporal will have the first time to come out. Again, folks, you can follow along if you're here. Go to ntpapoll.com. You can download the entry list or the poll order and also the results.
Hammer down. Rich Thompson out of Columbus Junction, Iowa, out on the Budweiser track in front of the grandstand right now. As we start to approach the halfway point, but not really, because we have the first three that are all coming back. So we are not to the halfway point yet in our class of 32. Hammer down. Officially check each other, one end of the track to the other, hand signals in the air.
I think in that four-wheel drive class, track reading is going to be the most important
I think
skill.
you're right. I agree.
I mean, all things considered equal as far as, you know, horsepower and whatnot. But I think you're going to have to find the right sweet spot here.
Yep, it's going to take it. 305, 715.
Well, we have restarted this class, our modifieds here.
Got word from technical services that Carol Suki did more damage than she really thought, so she is hooked and broke for this evening. But not out. No, not out. We will see her back again, I'm sure. Get that problem dialed in.
Les Corporal, the corporal punishment. This guy's been involved in pulling for a long time and got the bug and ended up sitting behind the seat. Of course, they've had so much success with their manufacturing business and their modifications. And let's see what Les has got everybody for tonight. Time to light her up and get serious here. Modified class, ready to play. Marion, Indiana, the corporal punishment. that weight box.
Isn't there, though? I think that weight box is full. I can see weights on the back corner of the skid pan.
Yep.
Quite certain there's one sitting between the rails. Pretty sure we're pretty well loaded.
I can tell you can pull off a 381 hook, but you're not going to get much more.
No.
When they reset, they're going to be on it. 299 and 5. 299 and 5 for Les Corporal.
Yep.
Brett Berg on the way next, the Rink Seed Moneymaker. And he wants to win so bad here in Tomah.
Well, the guy that swept the weekend last year in the two-wheel drive class on his way to a title is on the starting line now on a Budweiser track out of Fillmore, Indiana, the first of two that he will pilot here tonight. This is rule number 19. And no goofy stuff, obviously, is what we're going to talk about there. The Zaring family already in the number 5.
First.
Yeah, he's going to do that. Just very similar to this guy standing right here next to me. We're going to come down here to the winner's circle. And Nathan, I'm telling you, sir, there have been some impressive passes over the course of my experience and time being here. But two of them that kind of rank up in the archives have been by you. And you got to be really happy.
Yeah, no, we're extremely happy. I mean, to come to Tomah and, you know, last year we ran out of bounds. I'm not going to say I would have won, but we were on a pretty good pass, so I got a lot of grief the rest of the summer and over winter, so kind of felt like we better redeem ourselves. It was going to be another long summer.
Well, you're a guy who has lots of love for this event, obviously, but you don't go out and run the full Grand National circuit. You hit the regional circuit primarily, and then when you get to come and sort of run with these guys that you see on RFD TV, it's got to be pretty cool just to know that when your combination's there, you can take care of business.
Yeah, I've been saying, I mean, this is amazing to pull against such great competition, great competitors. I mean, everybody's top notch. Our stuff runs just amazing. And our state of Wisconsin's got some tough tractors that run state and region here, and it's fun for us to be able to come out and run with these guys.
Who do you want to thank this evening, sir?
First, I'm going to thank my mom to start with. I'll tell you what, if you like how the chrome looks and stuff, this lady does so much to this thing and keeps it and pushes us. I know when my dad passed at 16, I knew there was no way we were quitting pulling. Like, that's what we were going to do. So she keeps driving us along and supports everything we do. Bob Kramer, the rest of our crew's scattered everywhere. We got people in Disney. We got people camping up north. But, no, just blessed. John Cart, SRE Engines, we had some bad luck last year. Just ignition issues. Wrecked the motor. Put it back together. And I'm just proud that be working with John with this motor. And she definitely performed good tonight.
Well, they refer to Disney as the most wonderful place on earth, but for a whole lot of people, I think Tomah, Wisconsin might be that place too.
I may have passed that for a reason.
Absolutely, sir. Well, on behalf of our friends at Hot Shot Secrets, I get to give you a box of product here. Our friends at Papa Murphy's are the title sponsor of our class. I get to give you this trophy. I get to present you a $100 gift card to our friends at Quick Trip. And it wouldn't be complete without something from our friends at Budweiser. There is a cooler for you to take home with you as well.
Yeah, just thanks to Papa Murphy's, Budweiser, everybody that helps put this on. Fans, this is why we do this. Thank you.
Give him a nice round of applause, folks. Nathan Hoffman, the Shakin' Shamrock. He does it again here in Tomah, Wisconsin.
Backing up the sled right now is one of those guys that's been involved in a number of different divisions here at Tomah over the years. Redberg out of Farmington, Minnesota. Corn and soybean, little beef cattle there. Farmer, trucker, company owner. Been pulling for nearly 50 years. Multi-time national champion. I'll never forget the weekend last year in Dodge City.
Is that Rob Russell back in Brenton in the sled? I think that's Robbie Russell.
It looks like it. You're right.
Yeah, it is.
It is
Oh,
Robbie.
yeah. we did an interview with Brett for RFD TV, and we made reference to the guy cutting the tires on the very back. That's some dedication and friendship there, buddy. You're going to be cutting tires in Tomah, Wisconsin at 92-degree weather. But Rob Russell, he's another one of those super. Don't forget tomorrow the Rank Set Kids Club going on right here on the pit side. Lots and lots and lots of great activities for the children to do that. You'll be able to meet Brett Berg and some others. It'll be a fun time tomorrow. 309, oh wait, 30908.
Budweiser side, Travis Ames, Peshtigo, Wisconsin, the true blue driver. Still chasing that leading distance. One and two right now. Travis Ames takes aim at that distance and doesn't quite get the job done, I don't believe. .322, 775, 322, 775 for Travis Ames.
All right, well, we're going to come back to the winner's circle here. Our friends at Papa Murphy's are the sponsor of our mini division tonight. And certainly, Renee, you don't have much of a voice. I can tell that you've got a little bit of a rasp there, so I'm not going to make you talk for a long time. Obviously, anybody you want to thank tonight?
I want to thank my husband, my sons, my mother and father-in-law, Josh Miles, and Roger Williams back at the shop. All of this takes a lot of people to do and to come out and make you guys happy. And we love Poland and just, I don't know, I can't talk.
Well, the beautiful thing is you are making it look really easy in that new ride of yours, and obviously it takes a whole group of people, as you said, but you are one of 7 women to come to the hallowed grounds here in Tomah and win. That's got to be pretty neat. Obviously, we start going down the archives, and maybe tomorrow we can add, or this weekend we can add you to this mini division as well, as we have ladies who have won in modified, we have ladies who have won in unlimited, you, of course, in a 2-wheel drive, and a couple ladies in the 4-wheel drive to equal our 7 winners. So you are doing a fantastic job representing all the ladies in competition, and obviously behind the scenes here, all of your team and your crew. I have $75 to give you from our friends at Quick Trip. I have a trophy to give you from Papa Murphy's. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Folks, let's give them a nice round of applause.
I have
Busy evening for them.
Absolutely. I have one question. How can Renee lose her voice the first day of Tomah? How can you lose your voice? Were you screaming at the boys?
She might have got, Mason got in trouble.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now, congratulations.
Certainly, they are doing a fantastic job, and she will, after today, she finds herself up in that points hunt, right there in the lead in the mini division. So long way to go, obviously, with that division, but very, very tough runner this evening.
Going to be a big weekend for that family. You can just feel it. Well, Brett Berg leads.
This was debuted in May. A 4-engine modified coming your way out of the state of New York. Gentlemen, maybe an hour or so from New York City, they call home. And this is the first of 2 entries that the Owens family will run here tonight with us. This is Lynn, and then obviously Tom directing him back to the starting line as well. That's Dad. You may remember last year in that points battle, it was a very, very tight race between Tommy Owens and Brett Bird for that title spot in the modified division. A brand new chassis, 4 Heavys prepared by the folks at Boyd Performance, and bring him now to the starting line. This is Mr. Dylan Owens out of Montgomery, New York. A whole lot of torque there in that frame as he was turning the one wheel in air. Not so horrible by any means at all, but he was trying to get that balance under him.
And with that much torque, he still had the opportunity to touch one front wheel just enough to keep him lined up.
Dylan will go 289.245, 289.245. Jed Leishner on the way next, the Dirt Slinger out of Weldon, Illinois.
Blooming Prairie, Minnesota is home to Michael O'Connor and the Nasty Boys hooked to the sled and under green right now. 331 leads the time. .307 and 74 to the right, 307 and 74 cents for Michael O'Connor for the Nasty Boys. Travis Ames in the number 2 spot behind Jake Zering. Jake at 331.715. Travis Ames at 322.775. And then Ike Zering in at 314 in the number 3 spot at the present time.
Hey, is it a perfect time for us to talk a little bit about NTPA pool and being able to go to the website, look at results, and certainly tell all of our friends about ntpa.tv if they want to watch the live stream, somebody that's not here with us. And certainly we also, somebody remind me, we got to figure out when we're going to air Tomah. I always get asked that question of when Tomah is going to air on RFD. And
yeah,
I don't know. I never know those dates, so please remind me.
Yes, we'll find that out.
Please remind me to find that out.
We will find that out. But there are many, many ways to watch truck and tractor pulling throughout the summer. Whether you get the live stream, whether you get the results online, whether you look at the lineup and say, oh, well, I'm not interested in that class necessarily. Check back later and I'll have the results.
Statistics I can find based on weights, etc. So we did have some varying weights there that did occur from 5,200 pound mod to all the way up to 9,200 pound mod over the years and digging into the results a little bit.
And Miles, this guy's no stranger to pulling hair as we get set for our next modified. Jed Leishner of the Weldon, Illinois Garage Dirt Slinger. Family's got a very rich history of competition. Yeah, we go back to the 5,200 pound mod class, then all the way to 7 engines hanging them out all over the place.
Help me remember, but I believe last year, until the final event of the season in the unlimited class, this is the only tractor that beat Joe Ader.
Yes.
Right here, the first night of Tomah in the unlimited.
You are correct.
And then Joe turned the wick, and he made himself a run all summer long, and never really looked back.
Never looked back. You're right, exactly.
So the Leichners, of course, have had some success. Now, this young man is a new father, a farmer, of course, by profession, the family farm in Weldon, down near Bloomington, the Normal area. They do a lot of farming there, of course. And they have 2 tractors, a 2-tractor team, but only one here with us this weekend.
Another one of these pulling crews, they don't get in a big hurry. They try to stay very patient. Good to see the pants drivers. Of course, his dad, a lot of years here pulling, a lot of success. Distance from 309 with Brett Berg, so we'll find out from the laser exactly what's going on here.
The back feed out of Jefferson, Wisconsin. I put a stopwatch on Leishner's run. 9.5 seconds.
Well, Jed Leichner in the Dirt Slinger takes over the lead by nearly 10 feet, 3:19.2. The man out of Weldon, Illinois. Tonight's winner of the 50-50 raffle will take home $1,922.50.
Okay.
Winning ticket is a yellow ticket, number 223190. Yellow ticket 223190. You can pick up your prize in front of the yellow building over there on the grandstand side, right behind the starting line. Second place, $200. Yellow ticket 195382. 1953.82. Third place, $100. A pink ticket, 651225. 651225. So again, we give away 3 different areas here. 1922 will be the take-home portion. The yellow ticket again for the big drawing, 223190. And again, the yellow building has all the information there if you have any questions.
I can take the tickets that I have. I can't put all the numbers together and come up with one of those. Thanks, everybody, for contributing. We do appreciate everybody that donates, shall we say, to the 50-50, because that's exactly what it is. It's a donation, but somebody ended up with a pretty decent payout tonight.
Yep. Wayne Sullivan will be up next out of Warsaw, Kentucky, the Kentuckian. Well, I wonder what the temperature is right now. It's come down.
It's cooled off a lot.
It's cooled off like
Beautiful.
last night.
Beautiful night.
It went 73 degrees by about this time.
The four-wheel drive side, we still have Jamie Bush and Mark Mangan, Jim Holman, Rick Johnson. Lisa Peterson.
we make our way to Warsaw, Kentucky. The watchful eye, of course, his son Donnie. This is Papa Wayne Sullivan coming to line. Gentlemen, that very introduction, you think about everything he has achieved in this sport in modified tractor pulling over the last 50 years and all truth of competition. This gentleman has really been a fixture and one of the forefathers of the two-wheel drive side of things, as well as really getting active in the modified side. Warsaw, Kentucky, of course, the home as we bring the Kentucky into the starting line. This is Wayne doing the driving here.
Wayne Sullivan, 54 years of pulling. He's a good one here. Class act and a good one to ride. .263 and 4 for Wayne. Going to bring up the Pack Rat 4. Doug Christensen coming up next.
On to Mason City, Iowa comes the wild ride of Jamie Bush. Green is out. Nice run for Jamie. .318, 275, 318 with a 275.
For a limited time, take advantage of savings on select new Case IH tillage equipment. 3.4% for 36 months with 12 months interest waiver. If you're looking to manage residue and satisfy your soul, Case IH tiller can help with your farm and boost your yield potential. Stop by your Case IH dealer to check out that and other great savings now through June 30th.
Wisconsin is the home to the very first Culver's, hometown Sauk City. Has started serving Butterburgers and frozen custard. Craveable is their signature combination. The Culver family knew right away. All the business is centered around the food. It's really all about the people. Well, folks can vividly recall the first time they bit into a Butterburger, and I put myself in that category. I remember that vividly. Our tasting a scoop of rich and creamy frozen custard. It's their way of welcoming guests to truly make Culver's delicious. Thank you, Culver's. We appreciate it.
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, there's Culver's less than half a mile from my home, Florence, Indiana.
Yes.
And it's about a once a week, maybe twice a week visitation. Loving the cheese curds. Folks, get here early tomorrow. Again, the gates to the grandstand area will open at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Polling session at noon.
And yeah, Doc, I guess this is a perfect opportunity, at least for us to promote a little bit of what will be happening tomorrow over at the Full Pull trailer. And we encourage everybody to come and join us as we will have some live interviews. We're going to do some awards presentations over there as well for our top.
Look who's coming to play next. Brandon Simon, who was our test puller and dropped out of Farley, Iowa. Simon's Cattle Company, sponsor in there for Simon's Trucking as well. Brandon Simon, about 15 years of pulling experience. He's going to come out here right now. Had that monster 381.055 pull, and then a big reset. Jed Leishner, the dirt slinger, your leader. Brett Berg in second. The Corporal Punishment third. Dylan Owens in the Thorn fourth. Wayne Sullivan and the Kentuckian in the number 5 spot. 6 left to go here in a modified class. Pulling family right here, 50 years plus experience, and add all the folks that have been working with them. And think back to Steve Olson, Roger Simon. There were a lot of weekends when it was just those two. Brandon Simon ready to tighten the chain and go. The Simon says. Vehicle go down the track, but that pull into the right sideline over here on our push light track. Well, he'll move into second spot right there. 312.255, number 2 right now. Behind Jed Leishner. Doug Christensen, the pack rat, Glencoe, Minnesota, is on the way next.
Mark Mangan, Goodhue, Minnesota, the Outlaw. 2015 Chevrolet 3500.
Our thanks to B&B Electric, full-service electrical contractor offering services in residential, industrial, and commercial. No job is too big or small. Please reach out for all of your electrical needs. Our thanks to B&B Electric for all of their support.
In there kind of together, that 306, 308, 309 area.
Yep. That's a really big constant with that four-wheel drive class, as we will cram them in there. Similar to Super Farm, you often see they're very, very close. And this gentleman right here, a 3-time winner at Tomah, Mr. Mark Mangan, and certainly he's in the mix.
Exactly right. 316, 275 for Mark. 316, 275.
Noel Austin, if you are here in the facility, Noel Austin, if you are here in the facility, will you please make your way to the winner's circle for a quick presentation? Noel Austin, if you are here, please make your way to the winner's circle for a quick presentation. So Mark Mangan goes in that number 4 position right now in the four-wheel drive side. And certainly very, very deep competition, as Alan was saying, starting to put them all kind of together in there.
Don't forget, July 8th, the full throttle shootout, Lancaster, Wisconsin. Region 3 pulling at its best. Bringing on a team here that Dennis Christensen been involved in the NTPA. 50-plus years of pulling. The kids are involved. The son-in-law is involved. And they have a good time. When they pack up for a pull, they're going to have a full house. They all work. They all have their jobs to do. Been very important for Dennis and his wife Sharon to make sure that the kids wanted to do it, and it was a privilege to be able to do it. So it's good to see Doug Christensen here in the Pack Rat number 4. They get set to make a little noise here tonight. Matter of fact, the next 2 hooks out of Minnesota. Bite belts a little bit more.
Something, yeah, because he took quite a ride there. He's all right, but.
Well, if you'll come down here with me real quick to the winner's circle right in front of the Kenny Mack Tower. I have OJ here with me. We're going to talk very briefly about what I just was talking to you about, which is full pull. And certainly that's something we've been discussing over the course of the last several months within the sport, those that know what's going on. But obviously there's this whole new wave of energy that's going to be kind of coming to our sport. And right off the bat, you get to present $100 to a winner tonight who he's saying he made the choices, but needless to say, she collects $100 for winning tonight in the competition. Let's talk about what we did.
Yeah, I'm Noel from, where are you from, Noel?
From New Glarus.
And so what's your strategy? So you won the mini rod competition. You picked the top 3, right? Did you get all 3 right? Oh, he did though.
Okay, so he helped pick the top 3, and he was involved in that top 3, and $100 to that. Now, let's talk about how people can enter a chance to do that tomorrow.
Yeah, so go to fullpool.us, log in, it's free to play, you can win $100. 14 session wins here at Tomah. But we want to make sure, folks, you have that opportunity as what you have to do. It's really simple. Log in there, make your choices of who you think might win, and you have a chance to win $100. It's free to play. And in addition to that, if you get all of them right in the session, there's $1,000 to the winner. So in this particular instance, we put a box around the top 3. You had to pick the top 3 in the mini division, and Noel did just that. So the insider, this guy knew to pick Nathan Hoffman, and a gentleman who is a, 2-time winner here now, very successfully. So folks, we hope that you will support our friends at Full Pull. We appreciate them being here. And like I said, a new wave of energy that's kind of come in here with some new strategic ideas on ways to promote this sport.
Jim Holman doing the driving of the foreplay tonight with a 307-135. 307-135 out of Ossian, Ohio. Hold their own event there, the M.E. Miller Tri-State Tire Showdown on Labor Day weekend. Ossian, Ohio, in the top corner of the state of Ohio. If you've never been there, beautiful, beautiful little fairgrounds. They do take and do things right. So Ossian's the place to be. The Holman brothers playing host to everyone that's there. We appreciate it. Parts and pieces on the track as we'll get it out. Rick Johnson due up next here in our 4-wheel drive. Again, 331 leads. 331 leads. Neighborhood of, I think I'm counting 15 left to run here in our 4-wheel drive. A lot of analyzation is going to go on, trying to figure out just exactly where things went south for them as their big problem occurred about 2:05, and it went steadily downhill from there.
Hey, Miles. Oh. We will start our next season, the 19th season of NTPA Championship Pulling on RFD TV. Coming up in August.
Okay.
And we'll have the Tomah. I'm not good at math, so got Hutch, got some other stuff. and Tomah. But we'll have that information here by the end of the weekend.
Yep.
August. And Miles does not pay attention to me at all, which is probably a good thing.
Yes. He's busy.
No, that's
very busy.
Jeff Rose on the way next. Glencoe, Minnesota, the Giddy Up Ride. And then Joe Fintak, Corey Kielmeyer, and Tommy Owens. So there is, out of those four, a pretty good opportunity to pick up another leading distance here. Again, Jed Leishner leads at 3:19.
The horses to quit dancing in the harness, you wouldn't have the problem that he had going down the track. Rick Johnson, the bad bow tie. A little bit of a bounce. Every time it bounces or stutters like that, you lose that forward momentum. You lose that bite on the track. You lose your contact. And he comes up with a 2:96.88.
You know, you think about it, Alan. You lose the contact point. And that patch isn't very big.
No, it's not.
It's amazing to me, if you think about it, that tire unloads, maybe goes up, loses a little bit. As it comes back down, it's got a rebite. That's taking away your distance. So you got that up and down motion where you're not making anything happen. Then you got to kind of have that stutter when the bite comes back in. So there's a lot to that coefficient of drag and that, you know, that being able to hook.
And it could be something as very
Boy out of Minnesota, the Giddy Up. Jeff Rose has the hook. Of course, another second-generation puller here. Doing a lot of mod work. They just finished things up in Hutchinson, Minnesota, as we heard not too long ago.
Well, under the watchful eye of his dad, Ricky, backing into the line now. And last weekend, a very busy weekend for these gentlemen as they help put on the show, of course, in Hutch. We come straight from their hometown pole, too. The Budweiser Dairyland Super National here in Tomah, Wisconsin. And this gentleman has been doing the driving in the mod division. Dad runs the Unlimited. When they run that Unlimited, they'll pull that third one, move it over and bolt the fourth one on. And certainly these guys run really, really hard. I love to tell the story about the weekend when they ran all visions. They ran light unlimited, modified, and unlimited. 2-engine setup, 3-engine setup, 4-engine setup. Very busy weekend of work for the guys from Minnesota. Current leader is Jed Leishner, 3:19.210. Brandon Simon, number 2, 3:12 and 25 with a 5. Brett Berg, number 3, 3:09 and 08. The four-wheel drive side, Jake Zering. Shake the order up. No question about it. He is going to shake our order up with that hook right there, folks.
Carried the front end and a nice pass. Not out of control. Nothing to turn around and do again.
3:36 and 6, the new number 1 in the class.
Hey, Alan, are you watching the four-wheel drive class here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell me who your top 3 currently are.
My top 3 currently are Jake Zering sitting on top. Your number 2 is Travis Ames, and Jamie Bush is in the number 3 spot.
Wow.
Do you know what last year's results were for the four-wheel drive class?
Then when I say that vehicle is called Donkey, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Last year here in session number 4, Jake Zering, Jamie Bush, Travis Ames. Top 3 guys here right now. A little bit different order in second and third.
But they're all there, yes.
Same 3 guys. Now, Jamie Bush in a different truck.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Thunderstruck entry was the truck he was in last year. And certainly he's in the wild entry tonight. So, but same 3 drivers, a little bit different combination with Zering sitting at the top. And he did sweep here last year in 2022. Very, very nice fashion. So we'll see if he can follow that up. And obviously he still has that next entry to come our way. And I believe he's coming out very shortly, just about another couple trucks.
Now we've got Mankey and Peterson and Zering and Ellis.
Man, that's a pretty
Pretty stout lineup right there.
Lawrence
Mike
Line.
Mankey's got 3 wins here. And you think about Lisa Peterson, obviously.
Yep.
She has been a very out. Jake Zering, of course, last year's in here. And then Ben Ellis Jr., former Grand National champion just a couple of years.
Very bottom of the class sits Carmen Foster.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we'll see Larry Peterson again, because he's one of the first 3 that ran that elected to, as we made the change of the sled, drop to the bottom of the class. So we have lots to run here in the four-wheel drive yet. Foolish Farmer up next. That'd be Mike Mankey.
And Jumpin' Joe Fintack out of North Collins, New York, the North American coming up. Then Corey Kielmeyer in the Jacked Up Relentless.
Yep.
And then Tommy Owens, Ramblin' Rose. Right behind the Kenny Mack Tower is the RFD compound, and they have a monitor outside of that. And Jack Kielmeyer has made it his annual tradition to sit there in his golf cart and watch the activities. Going to the drive-in, he said.
That's exactly what it looks like.
Well, for a long time, Fintax, when we had the pull in Hamburg, New York at the Erie County Fairgrounds, they were just real tough all the time. They've been here to Tomah a number of times. Let's see what they can come up with.
I'm not sure they were all running. It didn't sound like it. makes it look easy. Polish Farmer out of Arlington, Wisconsin. .320, 285, 320, 285 to the right. Gives him a number 3 spot. He's moves into the top 3.
Top 3 on our mod side, Brandon Simon, the Simon Says, Jen Leichner, and your new leader, Jeff Rose. So the top 3 are all above 310. And for the rest of the field down, less than 300. So pretty good.
An interesting
range.
Separation.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
It's Breck Bird's at 4th, he's at 309, and 5th is Corporal Punishment, 299 and 5. My guess is those guys running for points right now, if you're in the top 5, they're going to go, hey, we survived the first night at Tomah. We got another opportunity to come back and play. You know, let's get some time, make a few changes. So Corey Kielmeyer on the way next.
There may be a lot of these motors that come apart tomorrow. I mean, we check the oil filters, etc., and that tells us whether we pull things down or not. But that's one of the things that you can find as you make your way through the pits. You can talk to these people. What are you looking for? Well, I'm looking for brass, you know, whatever. Yeah, but how do you find that? Well, they'll be glad to explain it.
We'll have good pulling tomorrow. Again, tomorrow at 12 noon and at 7 o'clock. And then Saturday, 12 noon and 7 o'clock as well. Jacked Up Relentless. Representing the Nurse Strand, Minnesota, Kielmeyer pulling effort. Of course, Jack was longtime semi-puller. Did some work in the modifieds.
Well, you name it, he has been behind the wheel of it, no question, over the years. But most success he had right here in Tomah was with the jacked up injury when he was running his semi for years here in competition. And he and Corey for the last couple of years have run a modified. They have several two-wheel drive trucks as well that they have campaigned on the regional level and select Grand National events. This is one we want to watch, a tough runner, the Kielmeyer. Still to be intact, and we lifted a Charger.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they're on the closest side to us here on the infield side. Folks, let's give him a tough luck round of applause there. That's unfortunate.
266.985.
And that looks to be Corey there. Nurse Strand Soda.
Kind of relighting itself. Can't get it out enough to get it cooled off so that it won't reignite. Here again, that's what our officials are there for. Take care of that incident. Now it's cool enough.
Yeah, that fuel's not a lot of fun.
No.
A lot of times to
But you
get
can't
out.
see it. That's the problem. You can see the fire, you can see the flame, but there's a lot more beside that.
That run will put Corey in 7th place.
Okay.
There's a few more behind him right there, but they might have a little bit more than their work cut out for them here.
I'm afraid you're right. Afraid you are correct.
But
Lisa Peterson, the Budweiser track, the Profab machine, Baldwin, Wisconsin.
start that hopping a little bit and kind of overtakes you a little bit. Lisa with a good job of kind of feathering it back a little bit. So
not happy with that run, I'm sure of that. .206.035 to the right, 206.035. You're right, she could feel that it was not going to end well. She got out of it, and yet the sleds continued to catch up to her. That's a tough one, because what happens when they bump the back of you, you want to push the accelerator again. No, but you're right. She did a great job just feathering it out and staying with it.
Last competitor coming up, Tommy Owens, the Ramblin' Rose.
Jake Zering still sitting on top of the 331.715. Leads the class right now. Has been there for quite some time, but we're not done yet.
.36.6. Jeff Rose has that, the giddy up ride. Ken Leishner in second. The Dirt Slinger at 3:19.2. Brandon Simon 3:12.2 is your third place effort. Tommy pulled here a number of years ago, kind of got back out of things and got the kind of relit the feeling to come back in here, and they are tough running rides out of New York. Dylan in the Thorn earlier, 2:89.2. So let's see what Tommy Owens has for us. step throttle, and away they go. Don't think he's going to have enough to get by 3:36 and 6. So it looks like Jeff Rose will hang on for our victory here in our modified class. .304.790, 304.790. That'll put him in 5th. Here's your top 5.
The bounce, you've got it made. If you can get through the bounce.
Our 7,500-pound modified tractor class fended up this way. In 5th, Tommy Owens in the Ramblin' Rose at 3:04 and 7. In 4th, Brett Berg in the Rank Seed Moneymaker, 3:09.08. Brandon Simon of the Simon Says, 3:12 and 2. Jed Leichner, the Dirt Slinger, 3:19 and 2. And Jeff Rose, giddy up. Congratulations as they pick up the first win here of the weekend. Again, that's the wraps on our 7,500-pound modified class.
Jake Zering laying down a 3:15, 6:10 with the eyewear machine. He has number 1 right now and still is there. As we look toward the bottom part of the class, as we wrap things up, I count 11 yet to run. Don't remember, we have the 3 that we saw earlier. The Whiplash Machine, Larry Peterson, he was out there first, and Mick Broughton also made a pass down the track before we made a lot of changes. We made the change before Mick, but Mick elected to drop to the bottom of the class as one of the options as test hook. So we have 11 yet to run of our 4-wheel drive. Light Super Stocks tomorrow at noon, along with the 2-wheel drives. The Light Pro Stocks, Super Stock Diesel, and Modifieds. So the mods that have had problems tonight are not going to have a lot of time to get reset for tomorrow.
Nope. And if you got anything that kind of hurts a little bit, that may add a little bit more to the workload.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. Then tomorrow night we'll see the limited Pro Stocks. Again, the Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drives, the Unlimiteds, the Semis, the Super Farms, and the Pro Stocks. Saturday, which is session 4 at that point in time, we'll have the opportunity to see the Super Farms, the regional national hooks there, as well as the 4-wheel drive, the Super Stock Open, the mini rods, and the Super Stock Diesel 4-wheel drive. That's on session 4 tomorrow on Saturday afternoon, and then Saturday night we wrap everything up with the Light Pro Stocks, the Super Stock Diesels, the Pro Stocks, the Semis, the Light Supers, the 2-wheel drives, and the Unlimited. It is going to be a very busy weekend.
Absolutely.
Wow.
What are you smirking about? Ben Ellis, Benjamin,
Champlain, Virginia is here. Ben Ellis Jr., that is. As he lines up on the grandstand side. It was too quick off of the line. It wasn't letting it spool up where it needed to. There are a lot of things that go through a driver's mind at that point in time. The decision made correctly. Get out of it and say what you can. Sled set and ready for operation as the green light comes on, which tells our officials that the sled is ready. Officials check with each other, literally look to make sure that everything is ready. Top end of the racetrack is clear. Ben Ellis Jr. Adjustment that he made to come off of the line was well thought out. He had it figured out, he knew what he needed to do, and executed it perfectly. 323 and 200. 323 and 20 cents.
Well, we'll come to the winner's circle now. And the Kenny Mack Tower, our friends from Hebbleman Brothers are the sponsor of our modified class. And we start right off the top with number 1. Sir, congratulations. Welcome to the winner's circle. You kind of filled me in a little bit. It's been a little while since you have felt the victory here, and certainly you're excited to be here.
Yes, I am. It's a great feeling after all the hard work you put in to get your tractor ready. And I got to thank my dad for getting the tractor set up and telling me kind of how to drive it out of the hole, and it hooked up, and away we went.
Absolutely. Well, you guys straight from your hometown pole. You come here, you're back in that points race you were a little bit worried about, you said, when you arrived, and certainly the momentum you have, but you got to get back, get ready. You got to do this again tomorrow, and then tomorrow night, and then Saturday night. It's going to be a busy weekend.
Yeah, we come here and do a lot of work to pull in the mod class and the unlimited class, but hopefully this is the trend, and we'll be back up here tomorrow.
Got to be light duty, though, for you guys, because you used to have to run the light unlimited and mod, and you just keep throwing motors around the whole weekend.
It's been a while since we did that. We did it 1 year, and that was enough.
Absolutely, folks. Well, on behalf of Hebbleman Brothers, I get to give you this trophy right here, sir. Also have a gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. Budweiser presents you with this cooler, and our friends from Hot Shot Secret also present you with a box of product. Congrats again.
Thank you.
Folks, let's give them a nice round of applause. The Giddy Up entry tonight. Take the win in our modified class presented by Hebbleman Brothers.
Minnesota makes his way out and lines up. Taking his time. noticed all evening long, you don't rush when you back into that sled. You want to be sitting square in front of it, because as you start forward momentum, if you have to change the angle of the sled, the angle of the vehicle, it takes horsepower, it takes time, and you don't have that because the box was started forward. Lawrence line rolls up, tightens up the chain. The grain comes on board the sled. Visual check down the track. Top end is clear. Area on the track that was creating the bounce with some of them. Walks right through it and has it figured out. 328, 845. Tyler Corsa, Anna Mangan, Steve Thoralt, Matt Davis, DJ Sullivan, Carmen Foster, Ben Klasinski, Larry Peterson, and Mick Broughton. That will be all the rest of the class.
Well, we're going to come back to our Hebelman Brothers Winners Circle, and we're going to present second place, of course, to Jed Leichner. I'm going to leave that set right there because the cargo that you're currently carrying is way more important, buddy. Congratulations. We're glad to have you here. You did a great job.
Thank you. We enjoy being here. Thanks to everybody for putting this great pull on. I need to thank my dad, first of all, for letting me have the opportunity to drive his tractor. Thank all our sponsors, Unzickery Equipment, SCS Gearbox, Suits Ag Services, Fast Ag Solutions, and Sempico Oil.
You man, you're polished. It's like you read that.
Almost.
Well, certainly, I'm going to hand these to your better half on behalf of Quick Trip. There's $75 worth of gift cards for you, and I'll let brother take the trophy from our friends at Hebelman Brothers. And again, congratulations. We're glad to have you here, and we'll see you tomorrow afternoon.
All right, thank you very much. Need to thank everybody who helps work on the tractor. My brother for tuning it, Merle, Zach at home, SSI Superchargers, and Chad Mayo for getting us good tires.
Absolutely, folks. And certainly, we don't want to forget, we already had one of those instances, so let's talk real quick about this guy that's sleeping and your wife.
Yeah, got to thank my wife for letting me do this and taking care of everything while we're working at the shop or doing whatever we have to do to go, so.
Folks, it's the Leichner family. They come to us out of Weldon, Illinois. Let's give them a nice round of applause. The Dirt Slinger entry.
This is the Patriot coming from the great state of Georgia. Blue Ridge, Georgia, as a matter of fact, Tyler Corsa in the driver's seat. 3:11.615 for Tyler. 3:11.615.
All right, we'll come back to the front of our Kenny Mack Tower. We're going to present our third place this evening in a modified tractor class presented by our friends at Appleman Brothers to Mr. Brandon Simon. And Brandon, congratulations, sir. Certainly hate that first pass, we had to reset the sled, but that was gorgeous.
Yeah, I kind of got robbed there, but it's all part of it, you know. I mean, you got to take it, the good with the bad. I had the early number, and, you know, looking back on it, I probably would have came back right away and made it another lap on it. I just can't thank Tampico Oil enough for the durability to do what we did with that and 4 engines to come back at, you know, 6 back, and it lived. You know, everything's fine on it. The thing runs like a sewing machine. Couldn't be happier the way everything's working. I mean, it never left top 3 all season since we started rolling with it, and we're having a lot of fun. I mean, the top 3 with the equipment that was here tonight was pretty good. You know, I thought when I was coming down through there on that first pass and flagman stayed green, so I was like, he must gonna keep this sled. So I said, well, let's burn it in. Well, I guess he's just down there for participation. You know, he could have gave me the red flag, but it is what it is. I can't thank Brad, my wife, my kids, Jordan, Steve Olson, Cody Olson, my uncle Marty, my mom's here, my cousin Norm, his boy Andy. I mean, there's a lot of people that just come with us and enjoy it as much as we do, and we're thankful to be here. And thanks to everyone here that helps put it on. I mean, we're tickled pink, and just we can't thank Tampico Oil enough for the durability we had tonight. You know, them motors are fine. The oil's going to run again tomorrow. I mean, it says something about their product. If you're ever looking for something to change, you should really look into it.
I guess the other thing is all those people that you named drove a semi or something here for you all to have a vehicle to get to compete, because I know you brought a whole plethora of vehicles here.
Yeah, we brought the town of Farley here, so if you want to know the population, come over to our camp and count them up. But yeah, I mean, everybody that came here, I mean, they all play a part, and we're very fortunate to do this, the great country we live in. And I mean, thanks to you and everybody up here in the announcers towers for keeping the fans involved all night. We love it.
I've also got a $50 gift card for you from our friends at Quick Trip. I don't want to forget that, because that helps offset some cost.
Yeah, we'll buy some candy cigarettes with it.
Absolutely. I just saw some of those there present with us. Folks, let's give them a nice round of applause out of Farley, Iowa. We've already been there pulling with the NTPA this season. The Simon family, they brought 10 vehicles here to pull with us this weekend as we get ready to go to the Budweiser track, and a young lady who is making her Tomah debut.
First time on the twin tracks here at Tomah. Young lady comes out of Goodhue, Minnesota, the bounty hunter, Anna Mangan.
Well, so for the last several years, well, not last summer, but the summers prior to that, 3 or 4, we had her sister Abby doing a lot of the driving.
Abby was doing, exactly.
Anna will be a junior in high school, and she has made a pass, but this will be her first real true test of if she's ready, of course, to do the wheeling of Sis's old truck, Dad's truck, however you want to look at it. Anna sits in the saddle here this evening to do the driving of the bounty hunter. And certainly, as we've talked about this evening, there are women that are out here winning. There is a need even more for these young ladies to be brave and get out in competition. We're glad that she is here with us here tonight as she gets ready to go after that leading distance currently in our 4-wheel drive class.
She calls it the bounty hunter. Goodhue, Minnesota is the home stable. Anna Mangan will roll up tight, turn the green on the sled. She doesn't, the sled operator does. But That tells them everything is ready. Tells us that we're about ready for competition. Green is on now. Flagman will check both ends of the track. The top end is very important. Make sure everything is clear. The green comes out. All right, Anna, show us what you brought with you tonight.
Well, it seemed like we were going to get through that.
I thought we were too.
very, very close.
Yes.
I don't know what she could change, really, under the watchful eye of her dad.
No, I don't even.
She was very, very close to getting that thing hooked. And that's the difficulty of it. Folks, if you have not been to a pull with us before, you can pick up the back of this truck. A couple, strong folks can spin that thing around very, very quickly. We load the front of the truck with all the weight that we can get. So it's very difficult at times to get that rear to set under you. And she was trying to drive through it. Very, very end when she started to call even further. We were quite in full throttle there until, so we'll see exactly what the officials to do there, folks. But let's give her a nice round of applause, the bounty hunter. And she is learning. She's going to be very, very tough. She's got the proper equipment she needs to be able to go out and be very, very tough in this category, the four-wheel drive.
189.920. 189.920. Beyond that, that 100 mark.
Yes, sir. That's a little bit off my vantage point there, standing here, but certainly, as she has, she'll be back. She'll be back to give it another attempt here with us, and learn from that one. Forget about the fact that you're already super nervous.
No,
she's still got to drive that truck and get it hooked. So that is a challenge as well. And as you said, we've seen people that have been doing this for 30 years have that exact same struggle.
Yep. Could she have reacted sooner? Should she have reacted sooner? Those are questions neither one of us can answer, but we saw it happen.
She didn't quite have that bounce until she got a little bit deeper. About that, maybe let's say 130-foot mark. So at that point, that's when we were really starting to call on it. The ground pounder, Steve coming in out of Fort Kent, Maine.
There's a long haul for you. Yep. There's a long haul driver.
We're going to look that up here. We're going to get you a real quick GPS glance as just how far that is.
Depends on which one of the roads you came in that was not under construction.
$23 hours, 59 minutes, 1,633 miles.
That's okay. There you go.
Just a short little jaunt.
Just a jaunt across the pond, yeah.
I bet he could get to Maine just like you get to Wyoming.
That's exactly right. Not a problem. You got to cross a lot of the Great Lakes going east, though. It'll have near that problem going west.
The fastest route is 21 hours, 27 minutes, but for some reason it wants to take me on the 23-hour, 59-minute journey. Well, we'll go that way. That's okay. F-150 Ford backs to the starting line. Matt Davis is on deck, the second entry from the Davis sports team. And then we have DJ Sullivan coming out of Farley, Iowa with the Simon Says Chevrolet.
Carmen Foster will wrap up our first pass through all of our contenders, and then we go back to the top of the list, and we have 3 more to run. Don't forget, Kids Club tomorrow morning starts at 9. Gates to the grandstand will open at 10. Pits are open whenever you get here. Walk around and visit. But we do suggest that you, especially if you have the children with you, be mindful of where they are, because there is equipment that's going to be moving all morning. You've seen some of the problems that are going to have to be corrected tomorrow.
Well, we're already thinking about the big end. You know,
Yes.
they're trying to set everything up so they can be down there.
Exactly
and
right.
try to take over that #1 position. And so because of that, it oftentimes will change that philosophy just a little bit, as we're really trying to get every ounce of that horsepower we have. But some pretty violent bouncing there for Steve. Unfortunately, folks, all the way from Fort Kent, Maine.
182, 685, which is like 7 feet less than what Anna ended up with. The problem started to occur about the same place. Start at noon tomorrow. The competition gets underway. We've given you the class order that we have. I don't know whether that will change or not. A lot of that will depend on technical services, looking over the numbers to make sure that our track evens out, as we tried to do here this evening. We had 46 on one, 58 on the other. Try to keep them as even as we possibly can to give people on both sides of the track the opportunity to see something, some activity in front of them. Matt Davis is up next with the outrage. Simon Says back there behind, and then the foster child of Carmen Foster. Two connections made to the back of each one of our competition vehicles. The kill switch wire is hooked up first, and then we drop the big hook. Why do we put the kill switch in first? If something happens, the vehicle gets away, it will automatically shut things off. How does it shut off? We shut off air, we shut off fuel, we shut off electricity. As long as we break those 1, 2, or 3 items, the vehicle will cease running. .324, 365 on the scoreboard at the end. Sullivan and then Foster. We're looking at the last 5. You can count them on one hand at this point in time. Again, thanks to Quick Trip for bringing us Fan Appreciation Night here this evening. 3 locations in the Tomah area. There's one near you, I can guarantee it, whichever way you go out of town. They also are proud sponsors of the VIP booth, welcoming pullers and fans to Tomah. Thanks to Quick Trip for being part of it tonight. Young lady that sang our anthem tonight also. We do appreciate Tiffany Bean doing that. She works for Quick Trip. Didn't realize the talent that is out there and involved with the Quick Trip personnel. Simon Says up next. The whole town of Farley is standing right in front of the tower watching him run.
Well, Alan, you look over to the Budweiser track and we see some history. You know, you think about Roger Simon. We've
Right.
talked about the Simon family, and obviously you go over there, that truck, that very body, and certainly the look and effect of it all. You go back into the 80s, and Roger won a four-wheel drive session right here in Tomah. So obviously the majority of his success and his wins and what he achieved were in the two-wheel drive category.
Right,
but,
exactly.
Even if you could dig into the archives, you will learn that there was a lot of tough running here as well. So under the watchful eye, obviously, of RJ and some of the guys from the crew, we bring in DJ Sullivan out of Farley, Iowa. And that 315 to 325 foot mark, we've really started to put a lot of competitors in there. DJ Sullivan.
327, 475.
Number 3 right now. That'll put him on the podium thus far.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Now the online application says, or the website tells me I have 5 still remaining.
And you would be in error by 1.
That leaves us now with 4, because I don't quite have a distance listed there for DJ on this website, even though he did move to number 3. That bumps Matt Davis down with the outrage, and Matt just ran. So that means the last 2 trucks that we have run have pulled into the number 3 position. And with that, that means that these folks that are still sitting back here in the wings have to have some excitement that the track over there on the Budweiser side is still there for them, as Jake Zering is your leader with rule number 19 at 3:31.715. He is looking to make it 3 in a row here in Tomah.
Right.
Remind you again, 10:15 tomorrow morning, and again at 5:15 tomorrow afternoon. We are going to start with some interviews and do some promotion, I guess you could say, of all the things that Full Pull is doing over there near the beer garden. Stop by the trailer there. They've got some neat things, obviously, for you to participate in. The two-wheel drive truck, which will be competing tomorrow afternoon, has been staged over there as well. And certainly invite you to come join us at 10:15 and 5:15. We'll also have some awards presentations for some of our top crew competitors who have been selected by our friends here from the Monroe County Ag Society.
The foster child from Bainbridge, Indiana. Armin Foster.
Yeah, so we call Indiana home for the driver now, but obviously the truck's still based up there in the state of Michigan.
Right.
Under the watchful eye of her father, and of course Mom Tanya is here as well. They go pulling all summer long. They race snowmobiles all winter long with Carmen's brother Tyler. But Carmen has been an Indiana resident now for a couple of years. Former NTPA champion with this very truck right here. Used to be a two-truck team. Dad sold his truck, went out to the state of Colorado, I believe, 2019 or so.
But she's no stranger to the track. There's no question about when she gets behind the wheel that she's going to make something happen. She always has. And it's been fun to watch her as she has grown into the sport, so to speak.
Now she has, won here a couple of times, and certainly you think about the sort of big events that you want to check off your bucket list. She has done so.
Things up in the top 5.
Dad turned the wick up. We were screaming down the track there tonight with the foster child. And we'll see what we have for a distance on the big end there, folks. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Moves her into second place with a 3:29.960 right behind Jake Zering. I had a feeling she was going to mix things up on the top side, and she did that.
Got to be pretty pleased with a top 3 or even a top 10 really in a group of 35 trucks.
Exactly.
You know, you think about that and the changes that might happen here. We are, it's 11:35 here, and we really started this class 90 minutes ago or better.
Right.
We did reset the wagon and make some changes after the first 3 trucks ran. We start to see them over there making their way back into the staging area. As based on all official documentation on the paper, Carmen was set to be our final hook. So
right.
We go back to the top of the order, and we'll bring in, I believe, the Extreme Whiplash entry, and then Larry Peterson, and then even Mick Broughton, I believe, to conclude the evening.
Exactly. And then you will have 3 presentations to make right here in front.
I get to do that.
Yes, you do. And you have done so all night long, and thank you. We do appreciate that. Those of you that are still left as observers tonight know this. There won't be near the traffic problem leaving that you might have had earlier.
Hey, I do know that our pullers appreciate them and their devotion.
Yes,
and
exactly,
being here
they
with
do.
us.
They do.
I do know that. We thank our friends at Gerke Excavating for their sponsorship of the 4-wheel drive truck class. As there are so many great patrons and vendors that support this event right here. The Budweiser Dairyland Super National event in Tomah. And each year we come back, and almost every year it's the exact same sponsors that are digging in and obviously helping to support this event. So we thank them so very much for their continued support. Gerke has been a sponsor here as long as I've been announcing here.
In one way or another, they were a sponsor, they were equipment donors, they were all kinds of things because they had the equipment and they had the manpower to do so. So we appreciate that. You're exactly right, Miles. I mean, they do a great job.
Dan Krasinski out of Wisconsin with the Extreme Whiplash. Merrill, Wisconsin, the home. It's been a while since he hooked there, folks. He went 3:06 and 55. 3:06, 5:55. The distance this evening. Larry Peterson and Mick Broughton. Wisconsin, the hometown, of course, for Larry Peterson and the Profab entry. He and his wife, Lisa, run Profab. They do a whole lot of work for our competitors here in this game. She's going to set the cone, and we're going to back that Bauer-built sled directly to that cone, and we'll be fired up and running here with Profab geared up here very shortly.
Only 2 left. Larry ran the first time, and that's been, like you said, 90 minutes ago. He looked at a 281 before we made the sled change. Said we need to let them run just a little farther out. Need to lighten it up, need to loosen it up, so to speak, and let them go a little further. And we saw a change at that point in time. That's when Jake came out with a 331. That worked. That's exactly what we wanted to do. 330 was a good distance out there, and nobody's beat him yet. So he must have been doing something right. Larry and Mick, and those will be the last 2 that we have. Mick running the shock treatment out of Armada, Michigan. But this will bring Larry Peterson's Profab geared up. Thanks to all of our track workers tonight for sticking around, making things work. Big thanks to all of our officials tonight. There's a lot of them out here on the track. Dale Kwame is, of course, our head track official. Roger Kuntz, Tom Ignazuski, Harold Phipps, Cal Parker, Pete Pomerane, and John Myers. Appreciate it, guys. Job well done. Not going to let the bounce get the best of him. Went right on through. It was bouncing pretty hard, 140, 160 feet. .310, 980, 310, 980 for Larry. Mick Broughton will be our last competitor in our 4-wheel drive 6,200-pound class tonight. Thanks to our scoreboard operators, our laser operators tonight. I don't think, trying to think, Miles, I don't think either one of the laser operators missed a shot tonight. I think every one of them was dead on where it needed to be. We didn't have to hold the sled. I can't get the shot. It was well done.
Yeah, I know. That's, you know, I guess that's the thing. I said this earlier. You think about the folks in red and what they have to do here. You know, for a lot of us, this is a 3-day event.
Right.
But for them, it's a 365-day event.
Exactly.
And it never stops. So Sunday, when all of us are departing and heading home, they start to cycle back over in preparation and planning. While they're cleaning up, they're still thinking about what's coming next. They have a recap meeting. How did things go? What did we do right? What can we do different? Those sorts of things. They take the feedback that the fans and folks and competitors are giving them, and they utilize that from one year to the next.
Exactly right.
So, you know, it's very easy for all of us to just come and enjoy 3 days, but for all of the other folks that are behind the scenes, there's so many more elements to it. And that also happens no different than our track crew guys, our officials that stand out here in the heat. It's going to be 92 degrees tomorrow. And we've got flagmen that are going to stand out here on this track for over 10 hours. There's something to be said. Not to mention, they start their morning teching at around 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
We all underappreciate so much what happens behind the scenes and take that for granted a lot of times. I arrive as an announcer and turn my mic on an hour before or an hour, maybe 45 minutes before, and I do my job and I'm done, and I forget about the fact that other people have had to work for hours upon hours upon hours. So maybe Saturday night we can incorporate some applause for all the people behind the scenes that are making this happen as we get ready to bring what will be our final hook of session number 1 here, obviously Mick Broughton. And this gentleman has gotten very involved as well with applying vinyl wraps to a lot of the pulling vehicles that you see. He has a graphic design company that can do a lot of that cool work, and obviously showcases that very well with the truck that he brings to the track as well.
Well, if we do this right, we will still finish this on Thursday.
Correct.
We'll still finish this
I told Mr. Schreier that I would be done with my interviews at midnight.
You'll make it.
I'm going to be very close.
You're
Depends on
make
how
it.
quickly they get up here. Jake Zering doesn't like to come up here anyway, so I better get him up here pretty soon.
Get him started.
I need Jake. I need Carmen. Those are my certains, I guess, right now.
Right.
Go ahead and make your way to the Kenny Mack Tower.
We'll see what Mick can do here with the shock treatment. Our last hook of the evening. Again, sled operators, officials, thank you. Job well done. .317, 5:20, 3:17 with a 5:20. Top 5 read like this, or maybe I can get to the top 10. I guess it gets them all stacked up here in order. She's been doing a great job all night long, making sure that Doc and I were correct as we made our way through. Number 1, Jake Zering, and number 2, Carmen Foster. Number 3, Lawrence Line. Number 4, DJ Sullivan. Number 5, Matt Davis. That's your top 5 out of a class of 32 competitors. Job well done all the way around. Miles, well done, sir. We will let you do your thing here, you know.
Well, thank you, Alan. I appreciate it, and it's always kind of an honor to get to be a part of this deal. Certainly, after several years of sitting up there and listening to you and Kenny and kind of just taking notes.
That's the scary part. You taking notes more than
Hey,
anything.
I sat right here on this stage in front of the Kenny Mack Tower with Kenny a couple of years in a row and picked his brain.
Yes.
And took notes on what he was telling me and a lot of the history of it, and certainly can't go wrong with a lot of what he had.
Exactly right. Well, I'll let you handle what you do so very, very well. We will be underway tomorrow before the noon hour. Kids Club tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
And I didn't think you'd be here as quickly as you were. You made a liar out of me, sir. But congratulations, Jake Zering. We're glad to have you back at the Kenny Mack Tower. The Gerke Excavating sponsored four-wheel drive class. You are the winner. This is 3 in a row.
Yeah, you know, I really am fortunate to be able to win this tonight. It's a big honor. I really want to thank the Foster family for helping us get our trucks here. I want to thank C&M Pulling Tires for a great set of tires, Sonny's Racing for an excellent motor, but most of all is my pit crew. My son, Isaac, we got another boy at home. It's Isaac Hilburn that helps a lot. He's not able to be here tonight. He's running our other truck. And Brian Clark that I farm with, he hauls me here because I can't drive all night anymore. So, and Randy Callenkamp with Performance Pros, we get some parts off him. They're excellent. And thanks Larry and Lisa Peterson from ProFab Machine.
Absolutely. Well, sir, I get to give you a $100 gift card from our friends at Quick Trip. I'll present you with your trophy from Gerke Excavating. They are, of course, our sponsor of the four-wheel drive class. Our friends at Budweiser present you with this cooler. And last but certainly not least, our friends from Hot Shot Secrets present you a box of products here as an event winner at Tomah. Congratulations again.
I want to thank all these sponsors that donate these prizes and things. Without the people like you to help support this pulling, it wouldn't be where it is today. And I really want to thank the fans that are not here tonight, but they've been here. So thanks a lot, and maybe we can come back tomorrow, Saturday, and repeat this again.
Absolutely. 3 in a row, folks. Again, those of you that are here, that's Jake Zering. He comes to us out of the state of Indiana with rule number 19. He is your winner. We'll come right back to our friends of Gerke Excavating are presenting our four-wheel drive class. Number 2 this evening, Carmen Foster. And I also have $75 to Quick Trip. Congratulations, great job.
Thank you. I couldn't do it without my parents, all the people at Sonny's, Simpico, SCS, all the people that put this pole on. Just thank you.
Absolutely, and I know that, you know, obviously 35 trucks in the class, you kind of have to sit back and wait and think and sit back and wait and think some more. It's a big deal when you get a chance to come out, put all the horsepower to the track.
Yeah, when I saw my number, I was honestly pretty happy with it. The last time I was here, I was last hook, I won it, so I was pretty excited.
Absolutely. Well, Dad, Mom, you all dialed everything up again. Congratulations. Second place tonight, our friends from Gerke Excavating presenting the four-wheel drive class, and Carmen Foster goes to the number 2 with the Foster child. Well, come on right in here, Lawrence. We're going to go ahead and get started again. This is our third place finisher in our four-wheel drive class presented by Gerke Excavating. Sir, congratulations. And here is your $50 gift card to Quick Trip.
Okay. Well, I thank everybody, and I want to especially thank my engine builder, Todd Goodwin Engines, and for the powerful engines that he builds. And thank my son-in-law here for all the work he does, and Joe and Carol, my daughter. That too bad she couldn't have pulled tonight, but we'll get her tomorrow.
Absolutely, sir. Well, I mean, obviously we're a little late and we've lost our crowd, but you guys did a great job competing, and get to come back and see you again Saturday afternoon.
Yes, we'll be back here. We'll have both trucks going, hopefully. So.
Sounds great, folks. Lawrence Stein, he is third this evening in our Gerke Excavating four-wheel drive class.